rise for the jury.
Good morning. Please be seated. And Detective, if you please stand and raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case now before the court is true, the truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. And if you could please state and swear your first and last name for the record.
Yes, my name is Brendan Lee, Brendanlee.
Detective, please introduce yourself to the jury and tell them what you do for a living.
My name is Brendan Lee. I'm a detective with the Anchorage Police Department. I'm currently assigned to the Cyber Crimes Unit, which is part of the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force. I've been employed with the Anchorage Police Department for 21 years. During that time, I spent 10 years on patrol, and after 10 years on patrol, I went to the Vice Unit as a detective for 2 years, and then into SVU for 2 years. After that, I was in homicide for 6 years, and as of June of 2025, I've been in the ICAC unit.
Okay. So your time as a homicide detective, did that cover August of 2023?
Yes, it did.
Okay. And just so the jury understands, when there's a homicide call-out in Anchorage, how does the unit assemble? How are tasks divvied up?
So it comes in, patrol obviously are the first responders, and once they determine that it's a homicide, the patrol sergeants will contact the homicide sergeant, and then the homicide sergeant will then contact each of us members of the homicide unit to see if we're available to come in. And if we are, we will come in and meet at APD headquarters, and we begin working the investigation.
Okay. Is there somebody usually assigned as a case or a lead detective?
Yes.
Okay. In the case involved Zarrius Hildabrand, who is the lead detective?
Detective Troy Clark.
Okay. And did he have a second?
Yes.
And who was that?
Detective Jeff Elby.
Okay. And how did you become involved?
I was called in to asked to assist with the investigation.
Okay. And when were you first brought in? On
August 9th, 2023.
Okay. And what was the first thing that you were tasked with?
The first thing I was tasked with, I was going to contact a coworker of Ms. Hildabrand, but ultimately I went to the Mockingbird Apartments with the detectives and assisted while they were contacting people there. Okay, so before you were able to contact this coworker, you went to the apartments on Mockingbird? Yes. And did you do that with Detective Elby? Yes, I did. And what was the purpose of that contact? Detective Elby was going to contact Zarrius, and I stood by recording with my work-issued cell phone. Okay. And were you attempting to get a piece of clothing? Yes. Okay. And what was the purpose of that? The purpose of that was to provide the piece of clothing to the search team so that they could use it to help assist them with their search around the area. Okay. And did Mr. Hildabrand have animals at the apartment? Yes, he did. Okay. Was his apartment seized at that point for the purpose of serving as a search warrant? Yes, it was. Okay, so was he allowed to go into it without accompaniment? Not without accompaniment, by the police. Okay. And so who did you coordinate to get the dogs out of the apartment with? His friend Maria was there, and so it was myself, Detective Elby. There was a patrol officer that had been standing by outside the apartment, and we went in to gather the dogs and then gather that piece of, I believe it was a pair of shoes. Okay. And the jury has already heard a portion of that audio taped contact, but can you describe the defendant's demeanor during those interactions? Yes, he appeared to me to be somewhat nervous. He was concerned about, his concerns seemed to be getting his dogs out of the apartment, getting some of his personal belongings out of the apartment, which he was told he could not do at that time. All in all, he just seemed very kind of standoffish and nervous. Okay. Did he make repeated requests to go into the apartment to get things? Yes, he did. Okay. Was he denied doing that unaccompanied? Yes. Okay. Did he appear to be trying to gather information from you? Yes. Okay. At some point while you're there at the apartments, are you flagged down by a neighbor? Yes, I was. Okay. And who is that? Tiger Massey. Okay. And how had Tiger Massey been contacted previously? A detective had gone to her door and attempted contact and left a card. And then so she came out, saw that we were there, so she flagged me down to talk to me about the card that was left on her door. Okay. Ultimately, was she even home during the relevant time period? No.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question?
My question was she even home during the relevant time period?
Overruled.
And your answer?
No.
Okay. So did she have relevant information for the police?
No, she did not.
Okay. After contacting the defendant and Ms. Massey there on scene on the 9th, did you end up interviewing that coworker?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And then August 10th, did you receive some additional information that you followed up on?
Yes, I did.
What was that information?
I received information that Zarrius' phone records or call detail records were showing him in the location of the Tudor Lowe's, and I was asked to go there to contact about video and any transaction information they might have.
Okay. And who did you contact at Lowe's?
Miller. I believe, I refer to my report, I believe his name was Miller. His last
Okay.
name was Miller.
Emmanuel Miller?
Yes, that's right, yes.
Okay. And at Lowe's, what did you learn and what were you provided?
At Lowe's, I learned that there was a transaction by Zarrius using his credit card, and they had video that they couldn't provide me at the time, but I was able to view the video of Zarrius coming into Lowe's on that particular day.
Okay, and were you later provided that video and an accompanying receipt by a Lowe's, or by Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Did he have to get essentially permission from a regional manager?
Yes.
Okay. The jury saw those Lowe's videos, but can you describe what you saw that day on August 10th?
Yes, I saw that Zarrius Hildabrand walked into the store, walked into the area where later on I went to that same area and saw that there were 96-gallon trash cans on wheels. I see in the video him pull one of the trash cans to the self-checkout, check out there, pay for the trash can, and then leave the store with it.
Okay. And do you know the date and time of that transaction?
I'd have to refer to my report.
If it'll refresh your recollection.
It was August 6, 2023, between 8 o'clock and 8:30.
Okay. And did you ultimately collect a receipt for that from Mr. Miller?
Yes, it was also provided with the video when he submitted it into our Axon evidence database.
Okay. And so I'm showing you, if I may approach what's been marked for identification of State's Exhibit 266. What is State's Exhibit 266?
This is a copy of that receipt with the transaction information.
Okay. I'd move for admission and publication.
Any objection? It's admitted, you may publish. That was 266?
That is 266, Judge. Incredibly high-tech here. And does that show the purchase price, the date and time of transaction?
Yes, the date at the top right, 8/6/2023. At the very bottom, you also see 8/6/2023 with a time of 2011, and then the amount of the transaction, and yes.
Or 2010, 58 or 59?
Yes.
And for folks that don't have military or law enforcement experience, what time is that?
8:10 p.m.
So in the evening?
Yes.
And then you said you went to the, when you were at Lowe's, did you also go observe that trash can?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and where was that located in the store?
In the back, and if you're outside looking at the store, it was to the right-hand side of the store.
Okay. And did you observe anything else on that same aisle or in that same section?
Yeah, there was also a mop and bucket combination in that same aisle.
Okay, and why was that relevant to you?
I had been told that similar one had been observed in the apartment as well.
Okay. I'm going to approach with 267 and 268. What are State's Exhibits 267 and 268?
267 is the picture that I took of the trash cans as they look in the store, and then 268 is a picture of the mop and the bucket combination in the store as well.
Okay, and you took both of those photographs that day?
Yes, I did.
August 10th?
Yes, I did.
I'd move at this point for the admission and publication of 267 and 268.
Any objection? They're admitted, you may publish.
Okay, 267, what does that show?
This is the picture of the trash cans I took in the store.
Okay, and 268?
The picture of the mop and bucket combination in the store as well.
Okay. And while you're at Lowe's, or after Lowe's, where did you go?
At that point, I had notified Detective Clark and my Sergeant Rain Reynolds at the time what my observations were at the store, and that we needed to head back over to the apartment to try to attempt to locate these items.
Okay. So detectives were going to begin searching for the trash can?
Yes.
Okay. Did you return to the Mockingbird address?
Yes, I did.
What happened when you got there?
When I got there, I went around, I noticed that there were trash cans similar that looked to the ones in the store around the building for normal trash can areas by the dumpsters, so I checked those and noted that they did not match the ones I saw in the store. And then I was advised by Detective Clark that he observed one on the back of a truck trailer that was across the apartments near the wooded area.
Okay. And did you go to that area?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has previously been admitted as State's Exhibit 42. What is that?
That's a picture of the truck with the trash can in the back of it.
Did you take that photograph?
I believe I did, yes.
And this is already admitted, so I'm going to show it to the jury. So folks are generally familiar. Where was that truck located?
It was basically to the north of the Alpine Apartments. There's a wooded area to the north of the apartments, and it was across the street.
Okay. Are you familiar with the location that Miss Barney was ultimately found?
Yes.
Okay. If you were, could you almost see that location from where the trash can was located?
Yes.
Okay. And you took this photograph?
Yes.
Okay. After that, did you continue to search the area?
Yes.
Okay. Did you find anything else?
I did not know.
Okay. What did you do next in your investigation?
Next, I did a phone interview of Zach Farrar, and then later I don't know if you wanted to ask more.
No, go ahead.
And then later in the evening, I had received a call from Officer Muma, who was out in the wooded area there.
Okay. And was Officer Muma with Detective Chakowski?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know them to be essentially drone certified for the APD?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the information they provided?
He had told me that they had looked down a storm drain and described it.
Sorry, there was an objection. It was overruled.
Oh, okay.
Continue.
Yeah, there was a storm drain with a manhole cover, and he had told me that when he looked down in the hole of that, a small hole, he could see what appeared to be some sort of pillow or some kind of object that didn't appear to belong in there. And then ultimately, he had called me back a few minutes later and stated he saw what appeared to be a person down in the storm drain.
Did you go to the scene at that point?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Was it very close to where you had walked just earlier in the day?
I had walked just right by that storm drain a couple of times.
Okay. And when you got there, did you make any observations? Yes,
I also looked down in there and observed what appeared to be a body in the storm drain.
Okay. At this point, is the search of the residence completed?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do next?
At that point, I went back to headquarters, and that kind of ended my involvement.
Okay. Was Mr. Hildabrand ultimately brought to headquarters?
Yes, he was.
Okay. And were you tasked with photographing him?
Yes, I was.
What's the purpose of photographing somebody?
To document how they look at the time that we are contacting them there at APD headquarters.
And did you document any injuries on Mr. Hildabrand?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And can you describe those for the jury?
Yes, on the right side of his neck, he had what appeared to be sort of a puncture wound, and then on the left side of his neck, kind of a scratch or some sort of scar. And then on his chest, he had what appeared to be older marks or older scars compared to those other two images, or other two injuries on his body.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibits 21 through 24. What are State's Exhibits 21 through 24?
These are the pictures that I took of Mr. Hildabrand at APD headquarters.
Okay. Are they all the pictures you took?
No, they are not all the pictures.
Are they pictures that document the injuries?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ultimately end up taking, like, full-body nude photographs?
Yes.
Okay. Are those all the injuries that you observed?
Yes, they are.
Okay. So there was nothing to his hands?
No.
Nothing to his legs?
No.
Nothing anywhere else on his body?
No.
Okay. Are those true and accurate as to how you observed Mr. Hildabrand on August 10th, 2023?
Yes, they are.
I'd move at this point for the admission of states and publication of states exhibits 21 through 24.
All right, if they're admitted, you may publish.
What does 21 depict?
This is that puncture wound on the right side of,
Okay. Is the laser pointer where that wound is?
yes, it is. And it kind of was it had a kind of a scab over it, so it appeared to be not immediately fresh, but maybe a few days.
Is 22 a closer-up photograph of that same injury?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And 23?
This is that kind of circular, a little bit longer, kind of a abrasion or scar there on the left side of his neck.
Okay. And 24?
And this is the older-looking injury on his chest, on the right-hand side of his kind of collarbone area there.
Okay. And those are the only injuries you observed on Mr. Hildebrand?
Yes.
Okay. Then, while you're at APD, did you do any searches of social media?
Yes.
Okay, tell the jury about that.
I observed a post that Zarrius had put on his Facebook. Basically, it was the missing person flyer, and I took some photographs of the post and then the comments made after the post.
Okay. And did those comments include a responsive comment for Mr. Hildebrand?
Yes.
Okay. So, I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification of states exhibits 269 and 270. What are 269 and 270?
269 is a picture of the post with the missing person flyer posted by Zarrius Hildabrand, and it says at the time that I'm looking at it 1 day, so it appears to be 1 day ago. And just to kind of set the scene a little bit, what phone are you using to review that? What device? It was on a computer on a kind of a generic Facebook page that we have that we can look at Facebook pages.
Okay, so that was a public post that you
Yeah.
could view? Okay. And it was posted by Mr. Hildebrand, and it says on there 1 day ago?
Yes.
Okay, so if you're viewing it on the 10th, that would have been posted on the 9th?
Yes.
Okay. And did you just essentially clip a screenshot of that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I'd move it at this point for the admission of 269. Admission of publication.
269 is admitted. You may publish.
Okay, and what does Mr. Hildebrand say at the top of that flyer?
It says, updated information on my missing wife, please share and repost.
Okay. Is 270 a photograph of a comment in Mr. Hildebrand's response?
Yes, it is.
Okay. As you took it off of that public page?
Yes.
Okay. I'd move at this point for the admission of 270.
Any objection? It's admitted.
Okay. Go ahead and can you read for the jury both the comment and the response?
Yes, the comment made by Missy Davidson says, funny, not funny, how there was absolutely no mention on your Facebook, or excuse me, on your FB, which I presume to be Facebook, of Zarrius being missing until you got called out for it. A couple of emojis. Do just tell her family where she is. And that was, it says 20 hours, so it appears to be 20 hours ago. And then the response by Zarrius says, Missy Davidson, I hate to respond to this, but you seem pretty persistent, so A+ for the effort. And if must know, I didn't have access to my phone or any kind of device for 12+ hours yesterday, and when I finally got it back, I used it for communications back and forth to people to pass along information / obtain information such as the picture I posted, and all of this was done before I saw your comment. And if I knew where my wife was, any parties involved under the investigation would have known by now. So unless you have something positive to say or any news regarding my wife, I would greatly appreciate if you would comment on my post. Thank you and have a wonderful evening, with a smiling emoji.
Is that the extent of your role in the investigation?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I don't think I have any other questions for Detective Lee. Thank you.
Ms. Brewster?
Thank you, Your Honor.
computer.
Good morning, Detective Lee.
Good morning.
My name is Lacey Jane Brewster. I'm Mr. Hildabrand's attorney.
Okay.
So first I want to talk to you a little bit about your interaction with Miss Tiger Macy.
Yes.
Okay. So Ms. Dunlop asked you previously whether or not you were able to receive any relevant information from Ms. Macy, correct?
Yes.
And you said no.
Yes.
And at the point you met with Ms. Macy, were you investigating homicide or missing person?
At that point, we were investigating a missing person.
Okay. And when you're investigating a missing person, would it be relevant to know if there had been arguments previously in that missing person's home?
Yes.
Okay. And so you actually did speak with Miss Macy,
Yes.
and she specifically told you she had never heard any fights from the apartment below her, correct?
Yes.
She told you she hears the TV, but not fighting.
Yes.
And that would be relevant to a missing persons investigation, correct?
It could be, yes.
Okay. And Ms. Macy also informed you she'd only lived there a few months.
Yes.
Okay. And I want to talk to you about some of the state's exhibits. Specifically, Exhibit 21.
Okay.
We see a small injury on Mr. Hildabrand's neck, correct?
Yes.
You don't know how that injury got there?
I do not.
Okay. And same with exhibit number 22, which is a blow-up of that injury.
Yes.
You don't know how that got there.
I do not.
And exhibit 23, the small scratch, you don't know how that got there, do you?
I do not.
Okay. And exhibit number 24, you don't know how that injury got there?
No.
And you originally were involved in this investigation on August 9th, 2023, correct?
That's when I got involved, yes.
And so you were not in the apartment on August 6th, 2023 at 2:47 a.m.?
No, I was not.
Okay, so you were not able to see who pulled the trigger of the gun that killed Zarrius Hildabrand, were you?
I did not. I was not in the apartment.
Okay, thank you. Any further
Can you reach
questions?
right?
Just to discuss your contact with Miss Massey,
Yes.
she reported she was out of town Wednesday through Sunday evening, correct?
Yes, she did.
Okay. And when you showed her the defendant, did she even recognize him at all?
No, she did not.
Okay, that's all.
Thank you,
That's all the
Detective.
questions.
Thank you.
Step down. Good morning. Before you have a seat, if you please have.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give in this case now before this court will be the truth, the whole truth,
I do.
Thank you. Thank you. And if you can please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Detective Stephen Chikowski, Steven Czajkowski.
Detective Chikowski, I have you introduce yourself to the jury, tell them what you do for a living. I'll collect those exhibits from in front of you while you do that.
Yes, ma'am. I am a detective with the Anchorage Police Department. Prior to working for the Anchorage Police Department, I was a nuclear weapons launch officer in the United States Air Force. I started with APD in 2007, and I went through a police academy of approximately 800 hours. I then worked patrol for approximately nine years, working mid-shift in downtown, at which time I transitioned to the detective division, where I've worked in the vice unit, which is the undercover unit, and primarily special victims unit. That I've been there since 2017. And then one of my additional duties at APD over the years, I've been on the APD bomb squad, and now I'm on the Anchorage Police Department Technical Support Unit. We're the unit that assists the SWAT team when they have call-outs for things like cameras, equipment, drones, robots. And then when we're not doing active call-outs with that team, we fly the drones, fix the robots, things of that nature. So it's kind of, people call it like MacGyver, fixing things and making things happen, or working with gear.
Okay, can you talk with the jury a little bit about some of your technical experience in operating those drones?
Yes. So I have a private pilot's license. I'm also a certified drone pilot with the FAA, Part 107 pilot. Also on the technical support team, we have our technical support unit. We have lots of individuals, different backgrounds. My background is not as much doing like welding or fixing things, which I can do, but my expertise on the team is the drones and the robots, networking, standing up remote cameras, feeding video links back to the team, our van, things of that nature. I've been flying drones since 2015-ish, and then on the team, I was one of the first drone pilots to get us set up and kind of manage the entire team to get us stood up to the point where we now have drones on patrol outside of TSU. I've flown drones from the Anchorage Police Department from docks in town through Department of Transportation, remotely from my desk. So it's not just a drone flight. My police car actually has Starlink antennas on it, AT&T antennas. We have the ability to broadcast Wi-Fi for the SWAT team, so it's pretty technical. That is only a one-of-one car for the police department, and AST has one too. So that's kind of my background with the technical side of the drones.
Okay. And are the drones sometimes or often called in to help search for a person?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And is that what you were tasked with doing on August 10th, 2023?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me how you got involved in this particular case.
Acting Sergeant Elmore contacted me for a missing person, asked if I could respond with my vehicle and the drones that I have. Another officer, Muma, came out with me as well because we always have a visual observer with us to meet our requirements. And so we met at the area. We were briefed on a search location near Alpenhorn Avenue off of Brayton, at which time we requested a flight waiver from the FAA because of airspace. Once that was granted, we ended up both walking the area and searching on foot, searching with drones, searching along the creek and sweepers, because there's a lot of places along the creek because of just the trees, the water, the bends, things of that nature where you couldn't really see well. So we flew the drone extensively for a couple hours in that area to include Waldron Pond, the creek, around the bridge.
Okay. I'm going to approach, and does the drone take footage and still photographs while you're flying it?
Yeah, it takes very good photos. They're very high-quality images.
I'm going to approach with what I have marked for identification as States Exhibits 46 through 51. And 46 has previously been admitted, so I'm going to display that to the jury and have you kind of orient them to the location, if you don't mind. Does 46 show the area that you were flying at?
It does.
Okay. I'm going to give you my laser pointer, the red button. If you can show the jury where the, Ms. Hildabrand's apartment was, where you searched, orient them to that area, please.
Sure. So when we responded,
The red.
we parked right here on Alpenhorn Avenue where this kind of access road is off of Brayton Drive. We were briefed on the search area that they were asking us to look at with the drone, which included this entire field, the backside of Tudor Elementary, up to Bancroft Bridge, all along this part of the creek. We also went under the highway, along the bridge over here, and along the coastal trail, the Campbell Creek Trail. We also ended up coming around and parking over at this park at one point because of the close access along Campbell Creek here, and all of our gear. We didn't hike all of that way, we walked it, but then we went back and parked over here. We also flew over in this area as well.
Okay. And if the jury is orienting themselves, are you familiar with Bread and Brew?
Yeah, so Bread and Brew is right here.
Okay.
Tudor goes this way, east-west, and then north-south is the highway, and Brayton is here as you approach. If you were driving northbound, this is Tudor on the Seward Highway as you approach town.
Okay. And as you're undergoing this search, are you operating under the information that Zarrius Hildabrand had left her apartment down at the bottom and walked to the Bread and Brew?
Correct. We were informed that she lived in the area of Alpenhorn near one of the apartment buildings, and that work was right here, and that there was a common trail through here, so that was kind of our area of focus or interest because of all the common points.
Okay. And did you ultimately locate Miss Barney or Miss Hildabrand that day?
We did.
Okay. And where was she located? Can you show the jury on the map?
Sure. Ultimately, after we were doing the drone ops, me and Officer Muma were trying to kind of refocus for our next part, like what we were going to do next, because we hadn't found anyone yet. As we were standing on this, I asked Officer Muma for a flashlight. There's a raised concrete manhole cover that is elevated off the ground. It's one of the ones you see in town that would be probably maybe waist high or a little higher. And it's right about where that A is, where it says Waldron Park, and it's on the west side of this access road, between the access road and the highway. And when we put a flashlight in there, we observed what looked like bedding and human flesh at the bottom of the sewer at the bottom.
Okay. Did you ultimately lift the manhole cover?
We did. We went and grabbed tools so we didn't handle the cover. We lifted it off, and then we could see that there was bedding, a pillow, some clean bedding, and what appeared to be a human being at the bottom.
Okay. And does States Exhibit 47 and 48 depict that manhole from the outside as you observed it, and then 48 from the inside as you saw it?
Yeah, 47 is after we lifted off the manhole cover and put it on the ground, and then 48 is a down view from that manhole cover as you look in.
Here's a courtesy copy.
Thank you.
And I would move at this point to admit and publish 47 and 48 with the admonition that the media not show 48.
Subject to your previous objections?
Yes, we don't object to the media, to Ms. Dunlop's request the media not be
No,
able.
I understand that, but 46 is admitted, you may publish that. 47, admitted, you may publish. 48, you may publish. 48, it's not to be shown by the media.
Okay. So when you described the manhole cover as being waist high, this is after you and Officer Muma have already lifted the cover off of it?
Correct. We placed it on the ground next to us, just due to the weight. We had nowhere else to put it, so we put it right next to the concrete sewer cap, and then we just peeked over and looked inside.
Okay. And it sounds like you were, you've shown a flashlight through the hole that's visible there?
Yeah, so you'll see a hole here. It was hard to get light in there, it's so dark. but we put light through the hole, and then you'll see this kind of cut out on the side. I was able to put light through one hole and then put my eye to the other hole to look in at the same time. And that's when we decided to go back to the truck and get more tools to remove the cover.
Had you and multiple other searchers walked by this that day?
I walked by it several times over the course of 2.5 hours. It wasn't until we didn't find anything and we were kind of coming up with a game plan, me and Officer Moomin, we were standing there and we were maybe 30 feet away from this, and I said, "Can I have your flashlight?" And he's like, "What are you doing?" Because it was daytime, it was bright out. And then I pointed at the manhole cover, and we're like, somebody had to have checked it already. Like, this has been a couple days, and unfortunately, when we went and checked it, we found what we found.
Okay. And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 48 now. Is that what you observed when you when you got the cover off?
It is.
Okay. Do you see bedding in there?
Yeah, you'll see there's some bedding here, a pillow with the white sticking out, and then what appeared to be human flesh just next to the pillow.
I want to go over some of your drone photographs. Wait, before I show those, let me go back to there. You testified that the drone takes good photographs, and did you take hundreds that day?
Yeah, we attempted to model the area, and when we model an area, basically we'll take photos, sometimes 1,000 photos for a crime scene or 2,000 photos. And what the drone will do is it'll take an image, it'll move itself, and then it'll do an 80 or 90% overlap depending on the settings, so that each photo is almost a duplicate. You're just getting 10% new material for each photo for 20%. So you can use what's called photogrammetry. APD is trying to get more evidence as we adapt with technology, and that's one of the things on TSU that we've started to integrate on bigger cases like this. So we attempted to model the area.
Okay. Go ahead and take a look at 49 through 51.
Thank you.
Are those some of the relevant photographs that you took of that area that day?
They are.
True and accurate to as to how the drone saw the area?
Correct. This is not from my perspective. This is 49 through 51 is the drone elevated in the area doing aerial photos and scans.
Okay, can you actually see yourself in those photographs?
Yes.
What are you wearing?
Purple shirt.
Okay,
Purple button up.
so you're obvious.
Yes.
Okay. I'd move at this point for the admission of 49 through 51.
Any objections?
May I publish, Judge?
If admitted, you may publish.
So going to 49, and you can continue to use the laser pointer there, what is the crime scene tape marking off?
So the tape here is actually marking off that manhole cover on the frontage road that I pointed out to you earlier that parallels the Seward Highway. You can see me standing here looking down, flying the drone with the purple shirt. This is where the road meets the crime scene van where we were parking on the main road on Alpenhorn. And then in the background, you can actually see the apartment buildings just at the edge of the trees. So it's kind of a big picture of the scene facing south down that access road.
Okay, and the jury's going to hear from the crime scene team later today, but that van there, you know to be the crime scene team's van?
I do. All the vehicles park at our same building where TSU maintains the building.
Okay, and then the building that's visible from this shot are the apartments at Mockingbird?
That's correct.
Or at least the closest one?
It's the closest one to the access road, yes.
And then 50, what does 50 depict?
50 is, you can see the crime scene tape here. It comes back around through the trees. You don't see it here. Here's the manhole cover on the ground with the raised sewer cap. And this is a picture facing the opposite direction, facing northbound. You can see the Seward Highway here as the access road kind of merges towards Campbell Creek where the highway goes over the creek.
Okay, and where would Campbell Creek run on that photograph?
Campbell Creek's actually right here, right at the edge. You can see the bridge as it goes over and under, because we actually walked under the Seward Highway.
Okay. And that, storm drain feeds into Campbell Creek?
I don't know if it actually dumps into the
Oh.
creek, but you could tell that it was running, from left to right and that there was a flow through there.
Oh.
I don't know where it ultimately terminates.
Okay, but it goes that direction.
It does go that direction.
And then 51, what does 51 depict?
51, I'm in my shirt on that frontage road with the fence. You can see the van and the apartments a little bit better. And this is a picture of the drone facing back towards the scene from the Seward Highway pointing due east-ish, looking at the crime scene.
And once Zarrius' body was recovered, did your involvement with this case end?
Yeah, I notified homicide detectives that we believed we had found her, and at that point, all we did was scan the area and take photographs with the drones. We never went down inside or anything like that, because that's not our specialty. We just flew the drones and tried to document as much as possible.
Okay. Anything else? No. I believe that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Detective.
Thank you.
You can step down.
Thank you. Sharon, I expect the next witness to be fairly long, but it's probably good to just take a break at a natural point during his testimony. Does that
Well, if you want to signal when that point is, it's a little early for a break. You folks need a break at this point, or you want to keep going?
I think
Okay,
it's
yeah.
early too. Can I just watch for your signal?
Okay, well, I don't know if you've noticed, I will occasionally be scanning you folks, and if I make eye contact, I'm not trying to make anyone uncomfortable. I'm just checking to make sure that nobody's really needing a break. So, I'll pay more attention here coming up, and if you start to get restless, just make a face, and we'll take a break. Morning, officer. May we have a seat if you'd please raise your right hand?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case now before the court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, thank you. Would you complete statement for your personal statement?
My name is Matthew Hickman. First name is Matthew, M-A-T-T-H-E-W. Last name Hickman, H-I-C-K-M-A-N.
Good morning, officer.
Good morning.
Can I have you start by introducing yourself to the jury, tell them who you are and what you do for a living?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Sergeant Hickman. I'm a patrol supervisor with the Anchorage Police Department. I've been with the department since May of 2015, and then I became a supervisor in August of 2021.
What'd you do before you were a cop?
So well before that, I worked for the U.S. Department, or excuse me, the State Department and the U.S. Embassy in Beijing, China. And then I had a short break between that and then coming to the Anchorage Police Department.
Okay. And as you're a sergeant, that makes you a supervisor of
Yes,
patrol
ma'am.
officers? What shift do you work?
Currently, I work mid-shift patrol,
Okay, and what hours are those?
10 p.m. to 8 a.m.
Okay, so overnights.
Correct.
Did you work last night?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So we'll try not to keep you here all morning, but you're going to be on the stand a little bit this morning.
Understood.
Now, do you have any special assignments at the APD?
Yes, ma'am. So beyond my normal patrol duties, I'm part of the crime scene team.
Okay, and as the first crime scene team officer, can you describe for the jury what the crime scene team is?
Sure. So if you've ever seen the TV show like CSI, Forensic Files, the Anchorage Police Department has a special unit devoted to investigating forensic elements of potential crimes. So our team is an additional duty, so it's not a standalone unit. So we have a team made up of patrol officers, detectives, supervisors that take on that additional duty. So we have a team of about 6 people, 3 teams of about 6 people that take turns rotating, being on call to be able to respond to homicides, certain sexual assaults, suspicious circumstances, and things like that.
Okay. And tell me about the specialized training that you have to have that duty.
Sure, so we go through pretty extensive training, not just on the job, which is significant, but we have specialized training at the crime lab, the State of Alaska Crime Lab, and then we have monthly trainings, like in-service monthly trainings to hone up on our skills and keep ourselves sharp.
And how many people are on a team? I think you said 6.
Approximately 6, yes.
Okay, and how often are you on call for?
So it's every 4 weeks, and then we're on call for 2 weeks. So 2 weeks on, 4 weeks off.
And do you have a team leader?
Yes, ma'am.
In August of 2023, who was your team leader?
I believe at that time our team leader was Sergeant Aldridge. However, oftentimes if you're unavailable, we'll have other team members or other team leaders fill in for those team leaders.
Okay. Did Senior Patrol Officer Keating end up filling in this case?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
Okay. And now, how long did you say you've been on the crime scene team?
I've been with the crime scene team for 6 years.
Okay. And you said you respond to homicide, sexual assault, serious incidents. How many call-outs do you think you've done?
Probably over 20.
Okay. And when you go on a call-out, what are the different roles of the team members?
So typically we try to split up the entire event, so each person has 1 or maybe 2 roles. So if you think about it, when we respond to a call or an incident where the crime scene team has responded, we try to document and investigate the incident from least destructive to most destructive. So, the least destructive is taking photographs of everything as is, and then we'll identify pieces of physical evidence, mark those with placards like those yellow triangles you see, take photographs of that, and then we'll start by, taking swabs, if applicable, of any kind of stains or blood or anything like that. We'll do a diagram of the scene, measure everything. We'll do faro scans, like a 3D scan of the scene. And each one of those roles is typically split up by person. So in this particular case, I was assigned to take photographs.
Okay. And that is why you're first and going to be on the stand the longest.
Yes, ma'am.
As the photographer, though, do you also help sometimes collect evidence or those kinds of things?
Yes, absolutely. So we try to be as efficient as we can. So if I have a lull in taking photographs, or if I'm, consider all my photographs are done, they've been taken, I'd be happy to step in and help, whether it be seize evidence or help whoever's measuring the scene, help, hold the end of the tape measure and things like that.
Okay. Now, you talked about least destructive to most destructive. Is there kind of an order of operations in taking overall photographs first?
Yes, ma'am. So that's the idea, to try to take photographs of the scene as it is before anything else is touched or manipulated. That way we have a sense of exactly what it looked like when we showed up.
Okay. And when you do see a particular item of potential evidence, do you then focus in on that?
Yes, ma'am. So once overall photographs are taken, and that piece of potential physical evidence is identified, it's marked, like I said, with that yellow triangle placard, and then additional photographs would be taken from far, medium to close up.
Okay. Now, in a given scene, do you take hundreds, if not thousands, of photographs?
Yes, ma'am. They can range from, if a scene's pretty simple, a couple hundred to well over 1,000.
Okay. So I'm going to hand you what seems like a lot of photographs, but in reality, it's just a portion of what you took. It is State's Exhibits 53 through 211. And for the efficiency of time, have you had a chance to review those prior to coming in here today?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
Okay. And do they fairly and accurately depict the photographs that you took in the apartment as you saw it on August 9th, 2023?
Yes, ma'am, they do.
Okay. And I'd move at this point for the admission and then individual publication of 53 through 211.
Subject to our discussions yesterday, they're admitted. You may publish.
Madam Clerk, can I have you turn the light down behind the projector? Yeah, let's see how the first one is a little dark, so let's see how that looks. We'll just start them. We'll take them in order, and I'm gonna give you my clicker, and I'm gonna try and work off the computer so that you have the laser pointer if you need it. A little red button.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we'll begin with State's Exhibit 53. What does State's Exhibit 53 depict?
So this is the outside of the apartment building.
Okay, at 5210 Mockingbird?
Correct.
Okay, and how many stories is that building?
It appears to be 4 stories.
Okay, and the subject apartment is number 13. What floor was that on?
That was on the ground floor.
Okay. What does 54 depict?
So if this is that open door in that last photograph, this is that open door from directly outside leading, yes ma'am, right into that hallway, that opening hallway.
Okay. 55?
This is just a little bit further down the hallway. This is looking towards the apartment number 13.
56?
Same thing, just a closer up of the carpeted hallway.
Okay. And did you document some marking on that ultimately carpeting that you believed was relevant or potentially relevant?
Yes, ma'am. You can kind of see going up and down from top to bottom some stains on the carpet that we identified as potentially of interest.
57?
Same thing, just a little bit closer up, walking towards the apartment, and then again, you can see those stains that I mentioned before.
Okay. In addition to the round stains, is there along what appears to be a drag mark or potentially a wheel?
Yes, ma'am. So that's another thing of interest. Let me see if I can, leading up in the, top to bottom, right there.
Okay. And does that come essentially from where Unit 13 is?
Yes, ma'am. You'll see, I think, probably in the next photograph or two, 13 is right up here.
Okay. So 58, what does that depict?
That's just what I was pointing out there. That is the carpet just outside of apartment 13.
Okay, and is that the end of that long, I guess, trail?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. 59, what is 59?
This is the open front door of the apartment.
And 60?
Same door, just a shot of the floor of it.
Okay, and is that a pair of shoes in a plastic bag?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay, and I believe we've already had a detective testify about those, so let's move to 61.
So this is the floor of the apartment. If you would imagine just walking in that door and turning directly to the left and looking straight down, that is the floor of the hallway of the apartment. To the left, top left is a bathroom, top right is a bedroom, and then immediately to the right is another bedroom.
And 62?
This is from the hallway, the open door to the bathroom that I just mentioned.
63?
So just, if you continued walking into that bathroom and open that door all the way, just to the left of the sink and the vanity, there's like a little storage area, and that's what this depicts. Obviously, there's several bags there, and then a carpet cleaner.
Okay, like a carpet shampooer?
Yeah, exactly, like a steam cleaner type of thing.
Okay, and 64?
This is the vanity of the bathroom.
65?
Same thing, just a little different angle and different lighting, but this depicts the sink of the vanity, and then carpet cleaner solution is in that big jug to the left there.
Okay, and did you all move that to photograph it in 60?
I did. I moved it so you could see the label on the front.
67?
This is the toilet of the bathroom, and then you can see the vanity to the left and then the bathtub to the right.
68?
That same bathtub that I just mentioned.
69?
So this is a hallway that leads from the master bathroom to the master bedroom. Just inside you see like a blue bowl with a bottle of lotion in it. Just above that is another like very small sink and vanity, and then the rest of it is a closet area.
70?
So if you had backed out of the bathroom into that hallway that we first saw, this is the main entrance into the master bedroom from that hallway.
Okay, so the master bedroom's on the left, and then there's like a secondary bedroom on to the right?
Correct.
Okay, is the secondary bedroom on the right where the dogs appear to have been kept?
It does appear that that's where they were kept.
71?
So this is the floor of the carpet floor of the master bedroom, and you can see the bed there in the top left corner.
72.
This is the same floor of the same room, just a few steps in, just to get a different perspective and see a better opening shot of that bedroom.
Okay, and at this point, you all haven't moved anything, so the bed is set up the way it was when you walked in?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay. 73.
Same thing, just a shot of the rest of the bedroom, trying to show exactly how it looked right when we got there.
74.
So this is that same floor of the same bedroom. You can see it's just a different perspective along that far wall, so you can see the floor in the corner of the bed.
75.
So that's essentially, the camera was essentially the same spot, just panned up, so you can see to the right is that little hallway with that small vanity out that leads to the bathroom, and then straight ahead is that main hallway and then the open door to the bathroom.
Okay. Does that appear to be an Old Spice deodorant there under the TV?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Okay. 76.
So this is just, again, basically the same perspective, just panned to the right a bit, so you can see the hallway leading to the bathroom and that small hallway with that closet area leading to the bathroom.
Okay, so the closet with the carpet shampooers directly in front of you, the bathroom's kind of to the right?
Correct.
77.
Basically, the very similar shot, just panned down to see the carpet and the walking areas to the bathroom from either side.
Okay, and we'll look at some of these areas more closely on the carpet in a bit. 78.
So this is just the side of the bed in the master bedroom, so you can see the carpet, a good chunk of the bed and the bed frame.
Okay, and when from the outside photograph that it was dark out, what time on the 9th did you at least begin executing this search warrant?
It was just a little bit before midnight, I think. I have my report here. So we were notified of the call at 10:30 p.m. So this would have been probably around midnight or a little bit after when these photographs were taken.
Because it takes some time for everybody to assemble?
It does.
Okay. 80.
This would have been the carpeted area, the foot of the bed, and then you can see a little bit more of that far closet area with the walkway to the bathroom.
81.
This is just a few steps farther, so you can see that blue bowl that I talked about a little bit earlier, and then you can kind of see better shot of the closeted area to the right and then to the left, and then far up is that little hallway. This is the little hallway, and then this is the bathroom floor.
Okay. 82.
This is that closeted area immediately to the right of that last shot. This depicts a snap safe, like a little gun safe, and then a Glock box, which is typically what Glock handguns are sold in.
Okay. Do you recognize that orange cord?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Oh, what do you believe that to be, or what is that?
Typically, those are, every time if you buy a handgun, like in this particular case, like you buy a Glock, inside that little box is going to be a bunch of safety stuff, including a lock like that. So that way it encourages you to keep your guns locked, so to keep them out of the wrong people's hands, I suppose.
Okay. 83.
This is that small vanity that's technically part of the master bedroom that leads to the bathroom.
84.
Same thing, just a closer shot above the sink.
85.
So this is the corner of the bed frame of the master bedroom where somebody had noticed a small red stain.
Okay. Do you end up placarding and swabbing that later?
We did.
Okay. 86.
So this is the entrance to the second bedroom that we were talking about, where it appears that the dogs were kept.
87.
This is just a better overall photograph of that bedroom.
88.
Same thing, just a few steps within the bedroom.
And 89.
Same bedroom, but as if, I walked all the way in, turned around, and took a shot as if I was leaving. So that's that hallway that we were standing in.
Okay. I don't believe there's any photographs or I don't believe I've selected any photographs of this bedroom later. Were there anything of evidentiary value in that secondary bedroom?
And there was nothing that we identified in this bedroom.
Okay. 90, what is Exhibit 90?
So this is back in the hallway that we were just in. This is leading towards the living room. And then to the right there, just before the carpet, is a mop bucket with like a watery fluid in it.
And 91?
This is a close-up of that mop bucket that I just talked about with the watery fluid in it.
Okay, do you end up taking fluid from that for testing later?
Yes, ma'am, a sample was taken.
Okay. Sometimes this picture might be deceiving. Is the mop itself red?
Yeah, so the red, this reddish area is the mop itself.
Okay. 92.
So this is just a little bit closer shot, leading into the living room, so you can still see that mop bucket, but you start to be able to see furniture and other items in the living room.
93.
Basically the same perspective, just panned up, so you can see now the kitchen, the little dining area to the right, and then the living room sofa to the left.
94.
So this is a shot that is focused mainly on the kitchen and the dining area, so you can see the furniture and then items on the counter and table.
Okay. You'll notice the candle is lit there on the kitchen counter. Did you all light a candle when you went in?
No, ma'am, we wouldn't have done that.
Okay, so that's as it was?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. 95?
So this is just a shot of several items on the dining room table.
Okay. And we'll come back to them, but do you see a gun box?
Yes, ma'am. So there's a very similar gun box that was in that closet that we were just talking about to the right there.
Mm-hmm.
And then some other items of interest that I'm sure we'll talk about later, but there's some bed sheets here and a bottle of hydrogen peroxide here.
Okay. 96?
So this is just a very similar shot, but it's more focused on the kitchen. And then you can see just items on the stove and on the countertops.
97?
So this is a photo of the dining room table, just from the other side of the table. So that gun box we were just talking about is now here with some loaded magazines. And just as a orientation, those sheets we were talking about are now here.
98?
This is that gun box now opened, just to show that there was a gun inside it.
Okay, and was that weapon and those magazines ultimately seized by your team?
Yes, ma'am, they were.
Okay. 99?
So you can still see that dining room table in this shot right here. And then this is a photograph of the living room, just showing the furniture and the items within it.
100?
So this is a closer shot of the living room itself. You can see the furniture, the table, and the items on the table.
Okay, is there a gray blanket across the gray couch?
Yes, ma'am.
101?
So this is the same living room area, just a picture of the carpet right in front of that gray couch that we just mentioned, as well as the coffee table.
Okay. And are there some items of note on the coffee table we're about to get to?
Yes, ma'am, there are.
Okay. So 102, what is 102?
This is a handwritten note that was found on that coffee table.
Okay. And I'll have you read that a little later when we have a closer photograph and it's tagged. But was that note ultimately seized as well?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Okay. 103?
This is a photograph of the kitchen area. The perspective is kind of from the living room instead of that hallway, so you can still see the items on the countertop and on the stove.
Okay. And 104?
This is the floor of the same kitchen, just to get a better idea of the entire area.
And 105?
That is the trash can within the kitchen.
Okay, and the trash can's empty?
Yes, it appears to be.
Okay. And 106?
Essentially, a very similar shot, just panned up so you can see the items on the countertop and on the stove.
Okay, is there a bottle of, I don't know if you're close enough yet, but is that Four Roses?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay. 107?
This is a photograph of the sink in the kitchen, just to show the items in the sink, some food items, and then you can see the the dining room table in the background.
108?
This is a photograph of the items, some of the items on the countertop that was directly to the right of the sink, including some alcohol beverage containers and then some Clorox wipes.
Okay. Starting at 109, do we get into basically going back through the apartment with items of interest being placarded?
Yes, ma'am. So just like I was mentioning before, essentially, once the overall photographs are taken, now we can start introducing those yellow triangles we were talking about to show exactly what the piece of evidence or the piece of physical interest might be.
Okay. And so when the crime scene team responds, is there a vehicle that you bring?
Yes, ma'am. It's a huge, like, Class A motorhome that we call the crime scene van.
Okay.
And on that van is all the supplies we could need to process any kind of scene like this.
Okay. So your placards are in there?
Yes, ma'am. So the camera I used is on there. It's specially, we use it just for these. The placards are on there. If we're going to take any swabs, we have sterile swabs on there. If we're going to use any kind of chemicals, we have chemical agents on there that we use. It's very rare that I'll have something in my car, my police car, that I would use. Everything we try to keep on the van just for this.
Okay. And so let's go with 109, starting in those placarded swabs. Placarded photographs, what does 109 depict?
So this is placards 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Each one is designated to a stain on that carpeted area. And if you remember, this is that carpet area in the entrance leading up to apartment 13.
Okay. And did you do some presumptive testing to see what the substances in those stains could be?
Yes, ma'am. Detective C used what's called a hemosticks. Hemosticks are just it's a little strip. It almost looks like a diabetic test strip, but it tests for hemoglobin and myoglobin in the blood. So initially it was used to detect blood and urine, but you can use it as a presumptive positive or presumptive field test for blood in like a stain like this, for example. So it doesn't, there's some false positives and it can't tell you if it's human blood or animal blood, but it is a very useful tool as a field test for blood.
Okay. And you said Detective C field tested those?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Anything presumptively positive out of those?
I remember seeing a slight reaction on the hemosticks. However, I can't remember if it was presumptive positive or not on these particular stains.
Okay, we can have Detective C talk about that further. 110, what is 110?
So this is placard 17. Those were those boots in the plastic bag that we mentioned in the beginning.
Okay. Were those taken into evidence?
Yes, ma'am, they were.
Okay, and 111? And 112, let's go closer to 112.
Sure. So 111 is just a farther out shot of this exact photo. So 112 is placard 8, and that is for those white shoes with like mud or dirt on them, and those were also taken in as evidence.
Okay. 113.
Same shot, just from a little bit farther away.
114.
This is placard 16, and placard 16 was designated just as the bathroom sink.
Okay. 115.
Exact same item shown, just a different perspective. It's just the bathroom sink.
Okay. And 116.
This is placard 18, which was designated for the mop bucket.
Okay. And was that taken into evidence?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And sample taken out of that water as well?
Correct.
Okay. 117.
So this is placard 19, and placard 19 was designated as that blue water bottle right here.
Okay. And was that water bottle taken into evidence?
I believe it was, yes.
Okay. And then 118.
This is placard 20, and that is the firearm and the 2 magazines there that was on the dining room table within that kitchen living room area.
119.
So this is placard 21. So this is the packaging for a mattress protector that was on the floor just behind. This is that same dining room table we were just looking at. This is corner right here is that firearm that we were just looking at, and then here is that mattress protector. That was, placard 21.
Okay, is there a closer photograph of that in 120?
Yes, ma'am. So that's the closer photograph of that same item.
121, you're placarding a number of items there. What are they?
Yes, ma'am. So you can see several items leading from 26 way over here, which we'll get to in a second, but the main focus is 27, 22, and 29. So 27 is that hydrogen peroxide that we were mentioning earlier. 22 is the bed sheets here, and then 29 is this Q-tip, open Q-tip packaging.
Okay. And in order to know what might be relevant, are you communicating with the case detective or the homicide detectives so that you know essentially what they've learned in their investigation?
Yes, ma'am. So that would be the main job of Officer Keating or whoever the team lead is. They're going to be that liaison to the detectives to give us an idea of what we should be looking for or what we potentially are investigating.
Okay. And so that's why you've decided to placard and seize hydrogen peroxide, sheets, Q-tips?
Yes, ma'am. Correct.
Okay. Is 122 just a different angle of those same items, the Q-tips, the sheets, and the hydrogen peroxide?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. 22 is the sheets?
Yes, ma'am. Correct.
Or were those taken into evidence?
They were.
Okay. And 27?
Like I said, that hydrogen peroxide bottle.
Is that taken into evidence as well?
I believe it was.
Okay. And 125, is that a bigger overall perspective?
Yes, ma'am. So now you can see just a couple more placards than what we were just talking about. So the ones we were just mentioning are down here. You can now also see 28, which is the Clorox wipes here. And then 23 is that Four Roses whiskey bottle way over here.
Okay. So 126 shows placard 28, which you said is the Clorox wipes?
Yes, ma'am. Correct.
Okay. And again, we can see that burning candle. Just to be real clear, you all didn't do that?
No, ma'am. We did not light a candle.
Okay. Did you blow it out before you left?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't remember.
We'll see at the end, maybe. 23, what is placard 23?
So that's that Four Roses bourbon whiskey bottle.
Okay. So 28 is the Clorox wipes that's depicted in State's Exhibit 127?
Yes, ma'am.
And 128?
That's that placard 29, the open Q-tips packaging.
And 129?
So this is just an overall shot to give you perspective on how these items are related to each other spatially. So you can still see 28 Clorox wipes, 29 the Q-tips, and then 23 is that Four Roses bottle.
What does 130 depict?
So this is placards 24, 25, and 26. This is that living room and you can recognize the furniture and the coffee table.
Okay. And 26, have you kind of moved that gray blanket to placard an item in 26?
Yes, ma'am. So you can see, I'm sure there's closer up photos, but it's kind of challenging to see. But once this blanket was moved, a handgun was found in between the couch cushions here, and that's 26.
Okay. So 24?
24 is that handwritten note that we were talking about a little bit ago.
Okay. And 25?
25 is that same note just unfolded, so you can see the entirety of the content of the note.
Okay. Is it zoomed in sufficiently for you to read that to the jury?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Can you please?
So it appears to say, "Dear everyone, I'm writing this just in case what's going on with my wife becomes too much for me to handle. I've always said since we met that I couldn't live life without her, nor do I want to. To whoever finds this note, please make sure my dogs get taken care of. I want that to be the main priority. To all my family members and loved ones, I'm sorry I wasn't mentally strong enough to handle the weight of what's going on. I loved Zarrius, but have prepared for the worst, unfortunately. Please make sure that if Zarrius is found, rather it be dead or alive, that we get buried next to each other, please. Finally, to Zarrius, if you are alive and receive this news, I'll see you in the next life, honey bunny. I love you the mostest. Zarrius Hildabrand."
Okay. And 132?
This is the back of the same note. This one, the rest of it, the remainder says, "For the people working the case, I'm sorry the info I gave you wasn't the best, and hopefully my wife turns up. But I'm telling you now that I have no clue what could have happened to Zarrius, and I truthfully can make that statement. Zarrius Hildabrand."
Okay. And was that note taken into evidence?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
134.
This is just kind of a zoomed out, photo of that same coffee table. 24 is that note that we just looked at. And then placard 25, there's a, holster and a firearm magazine.
Okay. And is 135 a closer up picture of placard 25?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And are you placarding both of those items there, the holster and the magazine?
Yes, those are considered one item as far as the placard goes.
Okay, and that magazine has a tan-colored grip?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
136?
So this is placard 26. This is that handgun that was found in between the couch cushions that we talked about a second ago.
Okay. And 137?
Just a closer shot of that same firearm discovered in between the couch cushions, 26.
Okay. And it seems obvious, but was that weapon taken into custody or seized into evidence?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Okay. And 138?
So this is moving into the master bedroom now. Obviously, as you can see, several items have been placarded, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13. 9 represents the bed with the bedding on it. 10, 11, 12, and 13 are all stains.
I'm sorry, you said stains?
Yes, ma'am. So there were reddish-brown stains that were discovered on the carpet, and then on 10, 11, and 13 are stains that were found on the carpet, and then 12 is a stain that was discovered on the side of the bed frame.
139?
So this is just a closer shot of placard 9, which represents just the bed and all the bedding on it.
140?
This is just a kind of a perspective shot to give you an idea of how each placard is related to each other. This shows 9, 10, 11, and 12.
Okay, and we'll go a little more slowly through each of those. What is 10?
So 10 is a reddish-brown stain on the carpet, and it is a little challenging to see blown up here, but it is right here.
Okay. And did your team do those presumptive positive or those presumptive hemistic tests on 10, 11, 12?
Yes, ma'am, and those gave a very strong reaction, presumptive positive reaction.
Okay. 11?
11 is very similar. It's a reddish-brown stain here.
12?
12 is now a closer up and now placarded photo of, we actually looked at this stain earlier, but it is right here on the corner of the bed frame.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I'm saying the placard number, not the exhibit number. That's exhibit 143. Exhibit 144?
So this shows kind of the floor of the foot of the bed, placards 12, 13, 14. So 12 is that stain that we just looked at. Now it's very challenging to see here. But 13 is another stain on the carpet. And then 14 represents that gun box and the little handgun safe in the closet way up here.
Okay. So 145?
Uh-oh.
Does that show the,
Sorry, I got a little out of order here. Give me one moment. So 145 here, this is placard 13. And again, it's a little challenging to see blown up, but there is a trail of stains right along this path.
$146?
This is that closeted walkway area that we talked about before. Placard 14, like I mentioned just a second ago, is that gun safe and then the gun box right back here. And then placard 15 is this blue bowl with the lotion inside of it.
147?
So this is placard 14, just a closer shot of this gun box and the little gun safe there.
148?
Again, this is a closer shot of placard 15. It's just the blue bowl with the lotion inside of it.
149?
So this is another shot with that open door leading to the bathroom. So to the right, you can see the vanity that was placard 16, the bathroom sink. And then straight ahead is that storage area with several bags and then the carpet cleaner there.
150?
So this is a closer shot of that exact same carpet cleaner that we just saw a second ago. And then you can see some reddish-brown stains on the inside of the carpet cleaner here.
Ms. Dunlop, we've been going for about an hour and 25 minutes or so. Is now a good time to take a break?
As good as any, Judge.
All right. We'll take a break. Please don't discuss the case. We'll have you back here in a bit. And there's, the alarm that was not live is now alive, so she needs to let you folks in and out from that line. Thanks. Thank you. You want to take about 15 minutes here?
Sure.
That'll work. Okay, we'll come back at 10:15. Off record.
Aldridge, I can bring you some titles.
One that's like
Please rise for the jury.
Thank you, please be seated.
All right, Sergeant, we left off with State's Exhibit 150, which is that carpet shampooer, so we'll move to 151.
Yes, ma'am. So this is placard 16, that that bathroom sink that we talked about.
And 152?
This is inside the bowl, if you will, of that bathroom sink.
153.
This is back in the living room on that gray sofa. Placard 26 is that firearm that was found in between the cushions. This is just a better shot once that firearm had been removed.
Okay, and so you all have taken it out from where it was wedged between the cushions?
Yes, ma'am, correct.
Okay. And 154?
This is just a closer-up shot of that same firearm, so you have a better idea exactly what it looks like after it had been removed.
Okay, and I believe you answered this, but this was taken into evidence?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Okay, and was Detective C ultimately the one that seized that?
Yes, ma'am, I believe so.
Okay. And 155?
All right, so this is, if you remember me talking in the beginning about what these little test strips called hemosticks, that's what this white strip is here and here. So that is what we would use to test, field test presumptive for blood. So this is placard 10 and 11 in the master bedroom. You can see some red stains there, and then the hemosticks next to it. I think there's probably a closer one coming up that will show the reaction of that hemosticks.
Okay, and 156?
So this is exactly what I'm talking about here. It's a little challenging to see, but this little yellow tip is always yellow, and then whatever officer is taking our sample here, this cotton-tipped applicator swab is going to be sterile, brand new. They would take this swab a sample of this stain, and then rub the swab on this test strip, and you can see this little green reaction here means it's a presumptive positive test for blood.
Okay, and when they swab, do they use sterile water to be able to collect?
Sometimes it depends on if the stain is wet or completely dry. If the stain's completely dry, they would use some brand-new sterile water, a drop or two on that cotton-tipped applicator swab to collect an appropriate sample size.
Let's go to 157.
So this is just placard 11, but it's a photograph of the same reaction. You can see on that yellow tip of that hemastick strip has turned green.
Okay, and I'm going to see if I can zoom in there.
Yeah, so this is a lot easier to see. It's kind of challenging to see on the blown-up screen here, but it's...
Oh, sorry, I was
okay.
trying to zoom in.
Nope, that's all right. So that's going to be that green reaction there means it's a presumptive positive test for blood.
And State's Exhibit 158. Oh, Madam Clerk, can I have you do the lights? Good call.
So 158 is the placard 12, and that's that stain on the side of the bed frame that we've looked at a few times now. But the stain, which is here, has now been tested with that same type of field test, which is on this strip. And you can see, even from zoomed out from here, you can see that green reaction on that test strip. There it is right
Is that a closer picture there in 159?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Again, I'll go ahead and zoom in there.
So that's an even closer zoomed in image. That's 159 still. But that's that green, that very strong reaction to show a presumptive positive test for blood.
This is State's Exhibit 160. What is that?
So this is just an overall photo of the bed, essentially as it was when we arrived, before any of the sheets or any pillows or anything else was removed.
161.
This is that gray, comforter that was on the bed, just held up to show how it appeared when we were there.
Okay, and are the folks that you can see in the photograph all members of the crime scene team?
Yes, ma'am. So the guy up there in the orange gloves is Detective Filipovich. I'm not sure who. I think maybe it's Officer Keating that's closest to us, but it would have only been crime scene team members and the residents processing the scene.
You know, one of the things I didn't ask about, but is the apartment secured from the time that APD seizes it until you go to do your search?
Yes, ma'am. So we have patrol officers outside of the main entrance. So in this particular case, there's one entry and exit. So one officer was able to stand outside to make sure no unauthorized people came in. But it always depends on the size of the scene, and if there's multiple entrances, we'll have multiple officers guarding it. But essentially, in this particular case, it was easy to secure, and we were able to ensure that no one came in that wasn't supposed to be coming in.
Okay. And they don't really leave that up to you that are head down, doing the crime scene work. Is there always, patrol basically stand in security outside while you're working as well?
Correct, yeah, because it could potentially be dangerous for us too, right, if because we're not paying attention to what's going on outside of the apartment.
Okay. So from the time it's seized by APD, nobody's allowed in or out without accompaniment?
Correct.
Okay. State's Exhibit 162, what does that show?
So this is that same gray comforter that was being held up, and you can kind of see some red staining here.
163.
So this is that mattress that we were just looking at once it was flipped up, and you can see significant staining on the bottom of that mattress.
Okay. Would you say there's several distinct areas of staining there?
Yes, ma'am, I would.
Okay, and where do you see those areas?
So there's a rather large stain here. This is a rather large stain that could be independent or could be part of the bigger stain. Then obviously this large stain here with some smaller staining here.
Okay. And do you see anything that would be characterized as like a drip pattern?
It's challenging to...
Up, Jackson.
You want to approach, please?
We're going to talk about this more with Detective C in a moment, but given your training and experience, can you identify something that might qualify as a drip pattern?
Yes, ma'am. It's challenging for me at least, to classify specifically what is what. I can see, though, the differences in these stains. So, for example, this is a rather large pool, maybe two pools next to each other, but these are rather large, whereas this set of stains down here, they're circular in nature, and they're much significantly smaller, and they are more linear as a general pattern, if that makes sense.
Okay, so that last part you showed, is that what you were saying would be consistent with a potential drip pattern?
Yes, ma'am, that could be.
Okay. State's Exhibit 164.
So this is just a very similar shot, just panned down. I took this image just to show that the staining had transferred onto the wooden bed frame below.
Okay. So saturated from the mattress into the bed frame?
Correct.
165.
This is the bed sheets that were on that mattress.
Okay. And can you begin to see some staining kind of under that?
Yeah, might be a little challenging to see with the shadows, but under here you can see some reddish-brown stains there. There you go.
166.
So this is that same mattress with all of the bedding removed, laid back down as it was when we got there. And you can see now with that mattress protector gone, you can see the stains there.
Okay. And so when you moved it, that mattress was upside down?
Correct.
Okay. Or when you found it, it was upside down?
Correct.
Okay. 167.
So this is another photograph of that mattress now that all the sheets and mattress protector have been removed. So you can see, again, the previous photo, you could see like on the sheets were still there. Now this is just a full shot of it with no sheets on it.
Okay. Can you see some areas of clearing or sparing where the slats were?
Yes. So those, you can kind of match up the wooden slats with the not necessarily a void, but you can see the indentations of those wooden slats.
Okay. 168.
Just another shot of the wooden frame below the mattress.
169.
This is the same mattress, same stains. However, we used a yellow sticky scale alongside the vertical and horizontal surfaces of the mattress, just to get an idea of the size of these stains.
170.
This is a close-up of one of the stains, just so it can be measured, essentially.
Okay. And you said that's one, maybe two distinct pools there?
Yeah, you can see basically, I mean, you could argue that this is one large stain or perhaps two medium-sized stains that blended together, but that's what that image is of.
171.
So this is kind of what we were talking about a second ago, just below those two or one large stain, is those smaller circular, what could be a drip pattern that's linear left to right.
172.
So this is just another large stain on as you'd be looking at the top of the mattress.
173.
Another close-up shot of the stains, kind of the upper right as it was being held up. You can see the shot we just looked at is straight above, and then kind of what we talked about with the wooden slats, just a closer-up shot of those stains.
174.
So this is just zoomed out a bit, but that's essentially the exact same stain that the last image was, and you can still see those indentations from the wooden slats.
And does 175 add measuring tape or markers to the middle of the bed there?
Yeah, so additional, that yellow sticky scale just to give an idea of the size of these stains.
176.
So this is the mattress laid down face up. So this is what we presume it would have looked like before it was flipped over.
Okay, so when the event occurred?
Potentially, yes.
Okay. 177.
This is that same mattress with the like protector, the zippered protector sheet taken off of it. So this would have been the bare mattress without anything on.
Okay. And so those stains that, or potentially drip stains, weren't deep enough to have saturated through that mattress topper?
Yeah, so that you can see the difference. It's very, very light compared to when the topper was on. You could see it much more clearly.
178.
So this is back in that little hallway between the master bedroom and the bathroom, placards 14 and 15. And this is showing that same hemostix test on a stain just below placard 15 there.
179.
And that's that same stain that I was just mentioning, and then there's that hemostix with that green presumptive positive reaction right there.
180.
Placard 14, this is that, from that closet area was that Glock box and that little safe. This is just that photograph of that safe being opened, showing that there was some, looks like some ammunition and some firearm parts inside, not an additional firearm.
181.
This is that same carpet cleaner that we've mentioned a few times. It's now been placarded as placard 30. Just in that bathroom, just like we've mentioned several times.
182.
This is a closer up shot with the placard now. And again, this is showing just some reddish brown stain here at the bottom. And this is the same test, presumptive field test. It again is presumptive positive for blood with that green reaction.
183.
This is placard 16. It's that bathroom sink that we've seen a few times. And this is the same thing. We used the hemostix to test some of this material that was in the bottom of the sink, and that presumptive positive for blood again.
184.
So this is the kind of the far wall of that master bedroom where the mattress and the bed frame would have butted up against the wall.
185.
This is the headboard of the bed frame.
And 186.
So this is a shot of that carpeted area after several, clothing items had been moved. And you can see now it's a little bit clearer. You can see some more stains here and over here.
Okay. Now, did you all use, you talked about the hemostix. Did you use a substance called luminol as well?
Yes, ma'am. So it's actually called Blue Star, which is the company name of luminol. So it's just like the CSI show, right? Like they spray the stuff and it glows. It's a lot like that. It's not quite as impressive, but essentially it's a reagent that detects iron in the blood. So even if blood is very diluted, once you spray that reagent on what you suspect is blood, the iron activates it, and it glows blue. It's challenging to see. You wouldn't be able to see it in like this amount of light, but in the dark, it's very impressive. Now, it also, there's a lot of different things that can make it glow, so not just the iron in blood, but bleach makes it glow as well. So it's a useful tool not to only find blood that's been cleaned up, but it could show evidence of like a cleaned up scene. So if there's a ton of bleach, that might be suspicious in nature.
Okay. So it's going to show either presumptive positive for blood or potentially cleaning products?
Yeah, or there's a few other things that could be false positives, but in this particular case, based on the totality of it all and the red stains.
Objection.
Overruled. We suspected it could be blood.
Okay. And Madam Clerk, can I have you dim the lights just a little more? I know they're off a bit. And so when you applied the Blue Star to this area, did you take a photograph in State's Exhibit 187?
Yes, ma'am. So if you look at 186 that we just looked at, this is identical. The camera is on a tripod. The camera is not moved. This is just to show what it looks like before. Then the Blue Star is applied in like a spritzer bottle to that entire area, and then a photograph is taken of that reaction. So that is that blue glow that we talked about a second ago. That's what that looks like.
Okay. Given the number of scenes that you've been to, is this a fairly strong reaction?
Yes, this is a rather strong reaction. It might be, I think it's one of the stronger reactions I've ever seen and been able to document. Sometimes it's challenging to photograph because it doesn't last very long, but this one was rather strong.
188, what does 188 depict?
So this is the corner of that bedroom. You can see like the the cubicle furniture to the left there, and then this is, you know, if you went that way, that's that little hallway to the bathroom, and this is the main door to the master bedroom.
And then, what is 189?
So that is, again, the camera's on a tripod, it's not been moved. This is when Blue Star is applied to that carpeted area of the bedroom. And you can see, again, the reaction.
Okay. 190.
This is that carpeted walkway to the bathroom from the master bedroom, and that is right here. That little mini vanity is right here, and then this is the bed frame.
And 191.
So again, this is once the Blue Star is applied, the camera is not moved. This is showing the reaction from that Blue Star.
192.
This is the bathroom, or the small vanity sink in that closet area between the bathroom and the master bedroom.
193.
Again, the camera is not moved, it's on a tripod. This is the same sink after Blue Star has been applied.
194.
This is the bathtub in the bathroom.
195.
Again, the camera is not moved, the Blue Star has been applied, and the lights turned off, and this is the reaction we were able to photograph.
Okay, so if we go from the bathtub to that. 196.
This is you can see the bathtub at the top of the screen and the toilet to the left of the screen, and this is the flooring right in between both.
197.
So you can see, once again, the Blue Star has been applied, and that's the reaction that we were able to photograph.
198.
This is the bathroom sink,
And 199.
and then that's the bathroom sink, same sink, same shot. Again, the camera's not moved, just the Blue Star has been applied.
Okay, and so when you talk about it reacting, like potentially with bleach, in 198, is there Clorox wipes there visible in the bathroom?
Yeah, so the top of the top corner there's some cleaning wipes there. That certainly could cause a reaction, and like bleach and some other cleaning products cause a brilliant blue reaction as well.
Yeah, and can you actually see that in those wipes themselves, right?
Yeah, so you can see them glowing right there.
200.
So this is back in the living room on that couch that we were talking about a little bit ago. This is placard 26, and that's that firearm that was pulled from between the couch cushions.
201.
This is the same firearm, just a closer up shot on a brown paper bag, just to get a better clarity of the firearm itself.
Okay, and do you document all angles of the firearm?
Yes, ma'am. We'll document all, each side of it, the serial number, and then the condition it's in as far as if it's loaded, if there's a round in the chamber.
Okay, and was it?
Yes, ma'am. I believe it was.
Okay. And 202?
Same firearm, just facing the other way, so you can see the other side of it.
203?
This is the firearm with the magazine removed.
And 204?
That's documenting, so the slide is pulled back, and you can see that there's a live round leaning on it. That's to show that there was a round there was indeed a round in the chamber.
Okay, so when you took it, when you manipulated it, that was in the chamber?
Yes, ma'am. So we take a photograph, as we go each step once we're manipulating the firearm.
Okay. 205?
So this is a Glock that was seized, that was placard 20, which is documented here, placard 20.
And 206?
Same firearm, just facing the other way so you can see both sides of it.
207?
Same firearm with the magazine removed.
208?
And just like before, the slide's been pulled back, and then the round from the chamber is removed, and you can see it there.
Okay. And both of those weapons and the accompanying magazines, bullets were all taken into evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. 209?
So this is in that living room, not the gray couch, but the couch next to it. This was identified as placard 31. It's kind of challenging to see in the dark underneath the cushions there. But this is another firearm magazine, and this is like a fanny pack. Yep, that's easier to see there. So there's the magazine and the fanny pack there.
Had you learned from detectives that Mr. Hildabrand said that Zarrius had taken her purse or her fanny pack with her?
Yes, ma'am, that was my understanding.
Okay. What is 211?
This is the contents of the fanny pack, which can be seen here. This is everything that was in it, laid out on paper bags on the coffee table, so we could document it properly.
Okay, and that includes Soraya Hildabrand's IDs?
Yes, ma'am.
And social security cards?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That's all I have for you. I imagine the defense has some questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Lacey Jane Brewster. I'm Mr. Hildebrand's attorney.
Yes, ma'am.
I just have some follow-up questions. So the blue light pictures that we saw, that would be the blue star, is that what it's called?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that's a version of luminol, correct?
Yeah, so it uses luminol. Blue Star's claim to fame is that it's better than the average luminol, and they have some proprietary blend that it's supposed to not damage DNA, but that's what we use, Blue Star.
And just to be clear, the blue star reacts with cleaning supplies, correct?
Yes, ma'am, it can.
Okay. And does it also react with, say, pet urine?
I actually don't know. I know it has several different false positives, like there's certain vegetables, like the vegetable juice will make it glow, just like blood. So there's several different false positives that things could be. As far as pet urine, I'm actually not sure.
Okay. And to be clear, you were part of the crime scene team, and you did not really get involved in any capacity in the investigation until, was it August 9th, 2023? All right. So you wouldn't have done anything like canvass the apartment complex to see if there had been any arguing or anything like that reported before?
No, I don't remember doing any type of investigation beyond like what we've talked about today, taking these photographs.
You took photos?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Yes,
and
ma'am.
those photos were taken on August 9th, 2023?
Yes, ma'am, August 9th into August 10th.
So fair to say you were not there on August 6th, 2023 at 2:47 a.m.?
Not that I remember.
Okay. You were not in the bedroom on August 6th?
Oh,
Correct?
no, ma'am.
You were not in the apartment?
No, ma'am.
You were not in the building?
No, ma'am.
And you did not see who pulled the trigger of the gun that killed Mrs. Hildabrand?
No, ma'am. I did
Okay.
not.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you retract?
Just quickly, you said you were there August 9th into August 10th. I think you said you started right before midnight, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
How long does a scene like that take to process for the crime scene team?
I mean, these scenes can last a significant amount of time. I actually have, if you allow me to look at my report here, so we were called, so I was called at 10:30 p.m. on August 9th, and I didn't leave the apartment until 6:30 a.m. on the 10th.
Okay. Thank you for your work, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Please step down.
Can we approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
If we have to address an issue, I'm going to ask that you folks head back to the jury room right now. Please don't discuss the case. We'll bring you back here. Don't imagine it'll be too long. Thank you, please be seated. Ms. Brewster?
Yes, Judge. So I want to direct the court to Criminal Rule 16B1B.
Can I give you a second? I'm sorry, 16B1B you said?
B as in boy, Judge.
Expert witnesses, okay?
And I would specifically direct the court to, the portion that says, the prosecutor shall also furnish to the defendant a curriculum vitae and a written description of the substance of the proposed testimony of the expert's opinion, and the underlying basis of that opinion. I would then direct the court to Ms. Dunlop's expert notice as it relates to Detective C. That notice states Detective Chelsea C. is a crime team member for the Anchorage Police Department. She has been in law enforcement since 2015 and a crime scene team member since 2019. She attended the National Forensics Academy 10-week crime scene certification course at the University of Tennessee in 2024. In this case, Detective C responded to the apartment on Mockingbird Drive. She was assigned to collect evidence. She also made a number of observations of evidence and documented those with placards. In addition, she assisted with measurements necessary for diagrams created at the scene. She tested stains with chemical reagents to determine if they were presumptive positive for blood. Detective C also responded to the outdoor area storm drain where SH was located. At that scene, she was assigned the role of evidence custodian, responsible for packaging and submitting evidence. She also made observations. She placarded evidence and used chemical tests for presumptive blood. She also responded to APD's indoor security storage facility and processed a trash can that we believe to be used by the defendant to transport SH to the storm drain. During that process, Detective C took photographs, including photographs of possible fingerprint ridge details, and packaged the evidence for retention. Detective C will testify about her training experience, crime scene work in all 3 locations, and her observations and conclusions. This expert notice does not include opinions related to blood spatter analysis. So our position is we were not given the proper notice for Detective C to be able to look at the pictures.
It's a blood spatter case?
Well, to a degree, Judge. So the defense doesn't ever have to tell the state what they're doing, right?
Mm-hmm.
It could be that somebody else snuck in and killed Miss Hildabrand. It could be that she killed herself. It could be, you know, that there was a fight and it was an accident. But in opening statement less than a week ago, they told the jury that it was suicide. And so the state has to combat that. Going into that, I'm not a defense attorney. It's certainly not what I would have said. So the state, in response to that opening statement, that this was a self-inflicted accident, has to look at the crime scene and say, is this consistent with something that is self-inflicted or an accident?
Mm-hmm.
And the bloodstain patterns do give some...
You need an expert to show that this was a large pool of blood on the mattress?
Well, I think that...
It didn't seem to come flying across the room like a blood spatter analysis where you try to project the direction of the bullet and the spatter after that.
I think that the fact that there are distinct
mm-hmm. pools
show that the body was moved,
mm-hmm.
like she didn't shoot herself and lay there.
You've got one wound.
You've got one wound and you've got 3...
So, I'm saying, does it take an expert to show that there's blood stains in multiple places with one wound? The body, after it took the shot to the head, was not picking itself up and moving around.
So you can call it... So you agree, it sounds like, that we can present the testimony?
I don't know that you need an expert to to explain a pool of blood.
But we have somebody here who was at the crime scene, who is eminently qualified as an expert, right? So she was there, she did the work. It is a classic hybrid situation.
Right.
But I think that she...
Which I allow on a regular basis
So
without
it's-
necessarily qualifying that person as an expert.
Right,
Take
so,
into
which it sounds like
consideration
you're
their
gonna be
expertise.
willing to do to allow her to testify as a hybrid as to these blood stain patterns, right? That there's 3 distinct pools. I think the fact that the blood shows movement and where it shows movement is relevant to disprove the assertion that this was a self-inflicted accident. And I think that this witness has the expertise. She went to the National Forensic Academy, Judge. It's a 400-hour school. She was top of her class at that. She's been to hundreds of scenes. I think that we can
I think-
and should be allowed to qualify her as an expert in front of the jury.
I think the qualification isn't the issue that she's raising at this point. She's raising a lack of notice.
Okay, and the notice
Mhm.
is only,
And I'm trying to find the notice. I have it here somewhere, but it's buried.
and Ms.
Just the notice.
Brewster,
And she read it.
she read it. The state wasn't
Among
concerned,
other things, or does it say these are the limited,
I don't think it says these are the limited.
what is the exact language of the notice?
I was pulling it.
And I know you just read it to me, thank you, Ms. Brewster, but
Detective C will testify about her training and experience, crime scene work at all 3 locations, and her observations and conclusions. The rule requires
no, and then is there a specific list of things that she,
No,
Yes, Judge, may we approach?
yeah, let me find a copy of the actual notice. Would be-
I don't have it in paper.
There's been a lot of pleadings, Judge. I have it pulled up in front of me, if I may approach.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I've got the notice.
Okay, wait a minute.
I would argue this is not an exhaustive list, Judge. I conclude the notice by saying she will testify about her observations and conclusions. I'm asking her to make a different or an additional observation and conclusion based on the defense opening statement.
All right, thank you. So the objection is to notice and not to qualification?
Judge, our position is that twofold. One, we didn't receive notice of what this blood pattern analysis would be in the first place. The second is, we absolutely dispute that blood pattern analysis is a reputable science that would make it through a Daubert-Kuhn hearing. We did not get...
This is straightforward common sense. This isn't science. I mean, you can see a pattern. You don't need an expert to testify that this looks like a drip pattern. This isn't a kind of blood spatter case where you're analyzing individual spatters on a wall and direction of bullets and that kind of thing at all. This is one shot to the head. There is a significant pool of blood, and then there's blood that's dragged around other places. The body didn't move itself.
Well, in a self-inflicted gunshot wound, the argument might be that she did, Judge, and the state wants to disprove that, you know?
I understand what the state's trying to do here, and I would allow her to testify as a hybrid witness and to make comments about her observations of the pooling blood.
Okay.
And I just need to make a record
Yes.
of the hybrid issue, Judge, is that we were not provided in Detective C's report opinions relating to blood spatter analysis. While there is a relaxation of the rule as far as hybrid witnesses are concerned, that does not mean that notice requirements are eviscerated.
I understand.
And so our position is hybrid or not hybrid, either way, we were not given the proper notice of this witness's opinions relating to what the state wants her to testify to,
Okay.
and we'd ask to preclude those opinions.
And I think you've made a good argument, in terms of preserving your argument. I would say that you were on notice the second you looked at those photos, and the second the state said they're gonna have someone talk about those photos, that the stains of the blood stains would be something that the state would comment on, and the people that processed the crime scene are gonna comment on those blood stains. And so whether you receive formal notice, I do see in the notice, which the state is saying is not an exhaustive list, and it could be read that it's not an exhaustive list, although they do provide some specifics, particular to the hemostick and the Blue Star, which we've already had that discussion, I've already made a ruling on. It could be interpreted to be broader than that, and it's certainly anyone that's, and you're a very experienced attorney, who's done a murder case, crime scene, would understand that they're going to talk about blood stains, and so I find that you were on notice to that extent. I'm overruling your objection.
Thank you. Your Honor, we still have the matter of whether she can be qualified as a full expert, and I know you think
Do you
the
want to do
state
that, do you want to do that now?
Sure.
Let's do that now, outside the presence of the jury, and then you can, we'll do it again, but if there's any particular arguments that need to be made, we'll do it again in front of the jury, but
Okay.
to a lesser extent. Does that make sense?
Yes, I just have one other thing that I want to be very clear.
Mm-hmm.
I did speak with Ms. Dunlop. Ms. Dunlop, I know that Detective C primarily works in the domestic violence unit right now, and she has been qualified in other cases as a domestic violence expert. We would dispute that that is a legitimate qualification in the first place, but besides that, Ms. Dunlop informed me that Detective C will not be testifying to domestic violence dynamics as an expert in this case, and I want that to be very clear.
Great.
Okay,
I haven't filed that notice. I don't intend to go there.
okay.
Okay, so this is Ms. Hurley's witness, but I'll do the expert qualification outside the presence of the jury, if that's okay?
Right, and then when we bring the jury, there does need to be some walking through of her history, and then we'll do it formally in front of them. But
Okay.
this gives an opportunity for a freer discussion without being concerned about what the jury hears that doesn't hear.
Thank you, Judge. Can she be sworn in?
That's, please raise your right hand, Madam Clerk.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give in this case, not before this court, will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you. You can proceed.
Thank you.
If you can please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Yes, my first name is Chelsea. It's Chelseey, and my last name is C. It's spelled S-E-E.
And Detective, how long have you been with the Anchorage Police Department?
10.5 years.
Okay, and did you go to school before you went to the APD?
I did. I have a bachelor's degree.
And is that from UAA?
It is.
Okay. And in your it's actually 11 years at APD now, is that right?
In November, it'll be 11,
Okay,
yes.
10.5 years. What positions have you held?
I was a recruit in the academy, and then I went to field training. From there, I went to mid-shift patrol, which is night shift, for about 5 years. From there, I worked at the academy as an in-service instructor, where I trained APD employees as well as municipal employees. From there, I became a domestic violence investigator, and last year I became a domestic violence detective. Those are all my primary duties. I also have held the secondary duty of being a crime scene team member for the last 7 years.
Okay. And before you were a crime scene team member, were you a uniformed investigator?
Yes, as a patrol officer, I was a uniformed investigator, which is really somebody who responds to different crime scenes that might be photograph heavy or evidence heavy.
Okay. And was there some specialized training that you received for that?
Yes, I did go to a 40-hour UI school, which I now instruct.
Okay. And have you done some additional training at the Alaska State Crime Lab?
Yes, they do frequently come in. We do have monthly trainings as crime scene team members, once a month for about 8 to 10 hours, and they do frequently make an appearance there. I've also been there for other types of crime scene training outside of crime scene team itself.
Okay. Does that include crime scene processing?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And you said you now teach uniformed investigation?
I teach that school, yes, I do.
Okay. And as a member of the crime scene team, have you served all the roles on the team essentially as far as making observations, doing photographs, running the FARO, collecting evidence, and then applying chemical agents?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And were you sent to some additional training out of state to, as a member of the crime scene team?
Yes, as mentioned, I was sent to the University of Tennessee to attend the National Forensic Academy, which is run by the Law Enforcement Innovation Center.
Okay. And what year did you do that?
I went there in fall of 2024. It's a 400-hour course.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what was the course?
It's the National Forensic Academy.
Okay.
Does it have a colloquial name people use
The
sometimes?
Body Farm, yes.
Body farm.
Okay. And you said that's a 400-hour course. How long does it take to get through it?
10-week school.
Okay, so 40 hours a week for 10 weeks. Intensive, full days there?
Yes.
Okay. What are the subjects that are covered there?
Really anything that you can think of as far as forensic processing. We did photography, crime scene management, video, body excavation, diagramming,
Bloodstain pattern analysis?
bloodstain pattern analysis, shooting reconstruction. Yes.
Ballistics?
Ballistics, yes.
Evidence collection?
Yes.
Photography?
Yes.
General scene processing?
Case management or crime scene team management, yes.
Okay. Were you awarded any awards at that academy?
I was the class leader of my class.
Okay, what does that mean?
I was selected by my peers as the class leader and had to give a speech.
Okay. And did you, as far as being selected by your peers, is even getting into that school, is there a selection process?
Yes, there was.
Okay. And is there a selection process at APD to even be a member of the crime scene team?
Yes, there is. We have to do what's known as an oral board, which is 60 minutes of 3 panelists asking you questions that you don't know beforehand.
Okay. And then some of the other training you've done outside of the National Forensic Academy, have you done Glock Basic Armorers training?
Yes, I have.
How many hours?
8.
Have you done bloodstain pattern analysis, a 40-hour course?
Yes, both at the National Forensic Academy and also here in Anchorage.
The one in Anchorage, was that in 2021?
Yes, it was.
And who ran
Was
that?
the one in Anchorage a 40-hour course as well, or are we?
Yes, Judge, it was. It was by Bevel and Gardner.
Okay, so you've been to 2 40-hour courses on bloodstain pattern analysis?
Yes.
Okay. And what is post-blast investigator school?
That was a school, 40 hours, that was put on by the FBI out at J-Bear. And it was essentially a crime scene where an explosive device has gone off and trying to put together the pieces of that crime scene.
Okay. And then we talked about some of the state crime lab training, but just to be specific, do you have a 4-hour training from them in chemicals?
Yes, I do.
4-hour training from them in footwear impressions?
Yes, I do.
A 4-hour training from them in vehicle processing?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And do you also have strangulation response and investigation and prosecution training?
Yes, I do.
Do you instruct at that as well?
I do.
Okay. So after taking that class, you were asked to come back and instruct?
Yes.
Okay. From the state crime lab, do you have 4-hour training in low-light photography?
I do.
What is the Alliance for Hope International?
The Alliance for Hope is run out of California, and I went down there with my partner to attend some training. It's a lot of different topics. It's a conference, so there's a lot of different speakers, but it's generally about domestic violence.
Okay. And I see the title of that conference last year, you spent 40 hours there, was called Hidden Homicides and the Challenges of Staged Crime Scenes.
Yes, put on by the same group. That was in Colorado, and yes, it was slightly more focused on that topic as opposed to the one down in San Diego that I went to, which was more of a general conference.
Okay, so this 40-hour conference in 2025 was about staged crime scenes?
Correct.
Okay. And you also have attended the Sexual Assault Response Team School, which is another 32 hours?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Tell the court what awards you've won at the Anchorage Police Department.
I've received Officer of the Rotation twice. I can't recall the exact years, but essentially we do have an employee recognition board, which people can write in and nominate another coworker or employee for certain awards, one of those being Officer of the Rotation. I believe one was in 2019 and maybe one was in 2023.
Mm-hmm.
And then the aforementioned National Forensic Academy as well.
Okay. And then you teach a number of courses for the police department, correct?
Yes, I do.
Do you teach crime scene for patrol?
I do teach for patrol and also at the academy level.
Okay, and then you teach at the APD UI school?
I do,
Officer survival instructor?
yes.
What is fair and impartial policing? That's a course you teach?
It was, I haven't taught it in some time, but I was running that program for a couple of years when I was an in-service instructor. It was essentially unbiased policing, and I taught that to all of our employees here at APD.
Okay. Have you testified essentially as a hybrid expert a number of times?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever been asked to be qualified as an expert in the field of crime scene processing and reconstruction?
Yes, earlier this year.
Okay. And were you so qualified?
I did not go through, there was a plea deal.
There was, I'm sorry?
A plea deal in that case, so
Okay.
it did not go to trial.
So you didn't go through the qualification process?
No.
So this is the first time somebody's asking you in front of a judge to be, or is asking a judge to qualify you as an expert in the field of crime scene processing and reconstruction?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Judge, those are my questions. I do think the state can move that she's qualified in those fields.
Well, I'm going to give Ms. Brewster an opportunity to ask some questions as well.
Can you start by defining what exactly is crime scene processing and reconstruction? What is that?
Crime scene processing is responding to a scene and processing it for evidence, making observations in multiple different ways. So that would be with photography, video, collecting evidence, making observations of that evidence in a written report, and then collecting that evidence in a proper way and packaging it and submitting it.
So who defines this field?
A lot of different groups. It depends on what specifically, I mean, there's different groups for everything. There's bloodstain pattern analysis, there's shooting reconstruction experts, there's all kinds of different fields, and people specifically in those fields.
So crime scene processing and reconstruction, is this recognized as a science?
It can be, yes.
Is it now?
It is.
By who?
The IAI.
Who's the IAI?
I'm not certified in the IAI, but it is a recognized organization that does certify people in certain fields like bloodstain pattern, shooting reconstruction, et cetera.
So you're not certified as a bloodstain pattern expert by the IAI?
No, I'm not.
Okay. And what is the IAI?
It's a group that certifies experts.
Who are they?
I'm unfamiliar because I'm not certified through them.
Okay. So you don't know what they do?
They do certify experts, certifications for experts. I am not one of them.
Okay. And crime scene processing and reconstruction, do you know what the IAI would define that to be?
I don't.
Okay.
What is the IA, what's the acronym stand for?
I'm unfamiliar with what it stands for. I just know the term. It's a well-known group.
That you're not qualified by?
Correct.
And
International Association for Identification.
I'd object to that. It's prosecutor's assessment.
Thank you, but I do take note that the witness does not know the acronym.
Sure.
So let's start with this National Forensic Academy that you traveled to the University of Tennessee to attend that, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You traveled in 2024.
Yes, ma'am.
And who taught that?
There were a ton of different instructors from across the country, some from Texas, some from Tennessee. There was a myriad of instructors.
it's great you remember the geography, but what were their qualifications?
A lot of them were IAI certified.
Okay. But you didn't take away from that course example what IAI is, for example?
No, because I'm not certified through them.
Okay. And I think when you were talking with Ms. Dunlop, you talked about law enforcement playing a role in this academy?
It's known as the Law Enforcement Innovation Center, and it's run through the University of Tennessee.
Okay. So it's a law enforcement innovation center. What do you know about it?
I know that it's run through the University of Tennessee, and there's college credits available for the completion of that course.
Okay. And do they teach science?
They teach crime scene reconstruction, all of the things that I listed earlier, which does include science, yes.
Okay, and how does the scientific method apply to what you learned at the National Forensic Academy?
Well, we had a lot of hypotheses, and we tested them while we were there. We did tire rolling, we did bloodstain pattern analysis by creating our own patterns, so we did quite a bit of the scientific process while there.
Okay, and what's the hypothesis?
Hypothesis is an idea, so I hypothesize this, and I want to see if it's true.
Ms. Brewster, we're not going to take all day to start from the scientific method here. I've got a jury waiting. Once you ask questions, I understand where you're going here.
Okay. You talked with Ms. Dunlop about this Alliance for Hope training you went to.
Yes, ma'am.
Who sponsors that?
It's the Alliance for Hope. They also are in league with the Strangulation Institute.
Okay, and who created that?
Gail Strapp.
And who's she?
She's a strangulation expert in the state of California.
And how did she get her credentials?
She was a former prosecutor.
Okay, so she's associated with law enforcement.
She was, yes. She's no longer.
Okay. And the Alliance for Hope.
Were you provided a CV?
Yes.
Was I provided a CV?
Maybe not?
No,
I don't think you
Do you
were.
want my copy?
I do. What, do you need it?
We might when the jury comes in, but if you want to.
Can I just make a copy, Judge?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry, Ms. Brewster, continue.
So your bachelor's degree is not in science, correct?
Correct.
It's in art.
It's in liberal arts, yes. History and Japanese.
Okay. And do you understand, did you take courses in chemistry?
No, I did not.
Okay. And your certifications that you presently hold are basic police training, correct?
Correct.
And you are on the Alaska Police Standards Committee. What is that?
The Alaska Police Standards Council. We have to be certified through them to be law enforcement.
Okay, so it's a certificate to be a cop.
Correct.
And you have a basic police certificate.
I do.
Okay. And your training, you received training through the Anchorage Police Department
Yes, ma'am.
per their standards.
And APSC standards as well. Yes.
Okay. And APSC, again, is a law enforcement organization.
Yes.
And you received training, this training you went to in Bevel, Gardner and Associates back in 2021 through the Anchorage Police Department. It was bloodstain pattern analysis 1, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And how many bloodstain pattern analysis classes are there?
There's multiple put on by different organizations. Bevel and Gardner is a well-known one.
Okay, and so the course starts with bloodstain pattern analysis 1, Do you know if there's a blood stain pattern analysis too?
I don't know if it's called 2, but I do know there's advanced courses beyond 1, yes.
So you haven't done the advanced courses?
No.
Okay. So this Alliance for Hope International conference you attended,
Is that specific to DV?
I don't really know what it is. I want to follow up.
It was, yes, Judge.
Okay, she's not being offered as a DV expert here, so,
I understand, but she's being offered as a crime scene and processing reconstruction expert, which I still don't really understand what that exactly encompasses. And so I want to make sure that this isn't going, that...
they're not going to offer her as a DV expert. If that's what that training was on, I'm not taking that into consideration.
Okay. So you've taught some courses at APD, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You teach crime scene for APD Academy.
Yes.
You've done that since 2022.
Mm-hmm.
What do you teach there?
We teach a basic patrol level response, so responding to that initial call and what we would expect of them on patrol as far as preserving evidence, processing a scene, so photography, video, collecting evidence, DNA trace, we do fingerprinting, all kinds of different things. We have 20 hours in the academy.
So it's a 20-hour course for basic police work.
Correct.
And then domestic violence for APD Academy, you teach that?
I do.
From 2022 to present?
Yes, ma'am.
And that is not crime scene processing and reconstruction, correct?
No, that's domestic violence.
Okay. And then tactical communication, you've taught that since 2020?
Yes.
And that is not crime scene processing and reconstruction?
No, ma'am.
And methods of instruction since 2023, what's that?
Methods of instruction is teaching people how to instruct, and it's not a specific course, it's just teaching people how to instruct any number of courses.
Okay, and fair to say that that is not crime scene processing and reconstruction?
No, ma'am.
Of the courses that you teach, which would you consider involve crime scene processing? Crime scene for patrol, 2020 to the present?
Yes. Yes, Your Honor. And also
What is the
UI?
UI?
UI is a uniformed investigator. I would also consider that crime scene processing.
Okay. And survival instruction, no?
No.
Fair and impartial policing?
No.
Partially? No?
No.
No. Methods of instruction, we just talked about. Tactical communication?
No.
Domestic violence? No. Although I'm sure there's some overlap. And then crime scene for APD Academy, obviously, yes. Sorry, go on.
Judge, the crime scene for APD Academy was basic. It was not associated with crime scene processing.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
If I may, it is crime scene processing. We teach them how to process scenes.
Okay. But it's not crime scene processing and reconstruction?
Not reconstruction, no, but definitely processing.
And how many courses have you taught in reconstruction?
No courses in reconstruction, other than teaching at our own crime scene team training to my fellow crime scene team members.
Okay. And again, these are all certified through law enforcement?
Correct.
I'm sorry, is she being offered today for reconstruction?
We can call it analysis, crime scene processing and analysis, if that's a better fit, Judge.
Well, I don't know, you know the case, I don't. I mean, in looking at this, it doesn't seem to me as if we're reconstructing anything here.
Or
We're making
analyzing.
we're making some conclusions drawn from years of experience of processing crime scenes. Having been there ourselves processing this particular crime scene, which seems a very good fit for a hybrid witness. I'm struggling, frankly, with the overall, we just want to universally qualify her as an expert, where there's very specific topics within the processing of a crime scene. She doesn't hold a certification for the blood spatter. Doesn't mean that she can't speak to it from her years of experience and what's, from my perspective, some pretty obvious conclusions that can be drawn, or at least from the blood in this case. But what is it specifically that you want her qualified as an expert for? That added level where one could come in without having had anything to do with processing this scene and do an analysis of what the other persons who did process the scene and offer conclusions,
Crime scene processing and analysis
just in general.
in general.
Okay.
She's trained on all the aspects of crime scene processing.
Well, as is every member of the team.
Yeah.
They're all trained on every aspect of the crime scene. I don't have any problem with her testifying to that. It's the idea that she needs to be that she needs to be qualified as an expert, separate and apart from a hybrid witness, that I'm struggling with.
I think it adds a frankly earned layer of credibility, a deserved layer of credibility, and when she does make analysis about...
She has no degree.
You don't need a degree to be an expert at all.
All right. The typical qualifications that I see when you're asking for someone to be an expert, I'm not discounting what she's done. I'm not. But I'm not seeing those typical qualifications.
Okay. Sorry, we've had other courts approve
Qualify her?
qualify, for instance, Sean Keating
Mm-hmm.
in crime scene processing with a similar background. I don't think a degree is a requirement of 701 or 702.
Okay.
She has to have experience and training beyond the ken of a regular juror. And what we are going to be asking her to do is draw some conclusions from her observations.
And I don't have a problem with that.
That's
As a hybrid witness.
That's expert testimony. You know, hybrid is a unique Alaskan thing.
Mm-hmm.
Some judges, if you go up to Fairbanks, they might say, we don't do that here. You need to be an expert or not.
Mm-hmm.
The state's asking for her to be an expert. We believe she's qualified. We're not asking her to do more than we would do normally under a hybrid witness in this. We're just asking that she be qualified as an expert judge.
Okay. I'm sorry, Ms. Brister, do you have more questions?
I don't think so, Judge. I mean,
Argument?
we're clearly opposed.
Well, that's not the extent of your argument.
Okay, that's true, that's not the extent of our argument.
I asked for argument. I want to make a decision on this. Do you have anything you want to add to your argument?
Yes, Your Honor, this is not even, so taking a step back, what this witness has been trained in is law enforcement procedure. She hasn't received independent training from a organization that doesn't have the bias of law enforcement associated with it, which is concerning. She doesn't hold a certification in blood stain analysis. She's not certified by the IAA. She's just attended trainings, Judge. Every person who goes to a training is not an expert. And I think that's what the court might be hung up on right now, is that the mere fact that you've gone to a training does not make you an expert in something. And so our position is that this field itself is not a legitimate field, but beyond that, even if it were a legitimate field, this witness is not qualified as an expert in it.
Well, I'm not making a finding as to whether it's legitimate field. That's not before me, but State.
So, Alaska Rule of Evidence 702 governs the admissibility of expert testimony. And it reads, if scientific, technical, or specialized knowledge will assist the trier of fact, a qualified witness may testify in the form of an opinion. So the opinion being, this is a drip pattern, this is consistent with movement, this is inconsistent with suicide. And it has no limitations on like the type of qualification. What it has to be is qualification beyond the average juror,
which
frankly.
Which she gets from years, not only her training,
Right.
as I kind of am hung up on what Ms. Brister has pointed out, she's gone to a lot of trainings. We all go to a lot of trainings. If I go to a training on voir dire, it doesn't make me an expert in voir dire. But I have no intention of limiting what it is you want her to testify to as I understand it.
Then why isn't she
Because of her years of experience, she has knowledge that she has gained. So I don't know why we're hung up on whether this is a full-blown expert or not.
No, I'm not hung up, Judge. So 702 says that she has the expertise. It does not require a degree. I've been doing this a long time. I haven't done 400 hours of voir dire training. I think somebody that has done 400 hours plus numerous other 40-hour courses in bloodstain pattern analysis, low-light photography, fingerprints, trace evidence, all of those things.
What is the difference between whether I qualify her as an expert or she just appears as a hybrid witness in which I allow her to offer her opinion based on her many years of experience? This is the first time where I've had a crime scene expert being asked to be qualified.
It's why I filed the notice months ago, Judge.
I know.
And it's
probably had this conversation.
And it's why, and other courts have been recognizing them. It does not require a degree. It doesn't. And I think she has the earned experience to be so qualified. And the rule says, no more than 3 on any topic, and I'm not to discount the others, but Investigator C has more experience, say, than the last witness that testified, at least as far as training goes. So we're asking for her. We're going to be asking the same for Detective Aldridge and Detective Keating. Because they have, or Senior Patrol Officer Keating, because they have the requisite training that I do think elevates them and allows them to give an opinion. I think that this detective could look at something that she didn't have anything to do with and offer an opinion about the blood stain.
But that's not what she's being asked to do in this instance.
No, but she could. For instance, argument, if this is suicide, that wasn't something that she's looking at the front end, right? But she could.
She has direct knowledge of this case. She processed the scene, was part of the processing of the scene. Was she the lead?
She was not the lead.
She was not the lead, but part of the processing of the scene.
I just don't understand, I guess, why the court won't. If you think that she's qualified and she has the expertise beyond the average.
I would, well, I don't know why you need her to be qualified as an expert over just a hybrid witness, which was just allowed to offer these opinions.
Because I have the burden of proof, and I think she's earned it.
Okay.
And I think the law allows it.
Is she certified? Does she have any certification in blood spatter?
So, at the National Forensic Academy, did you get a certification?
I have 2 40-hour certifications in blood stain pattern analysis.
You do?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so it's not.
From Beveling.
And I'm not taking issue with you. I think you've testified before. I think you did a thorough job, and this is not about
Thank you, Your Honor.
you as a person at all.
She does have those certifications, Judge. She doesn't have an IAI certification, but she has a certification in blood stain pattern analysis, 2 of them.
She has courses. She has certifications. She took courses.
Yeah, you do the work, and they give you a certificate.
Right.
That's any certification, right?
All right. All right. I'm going to step off and take a moment to think about this. All right? Off record.
Ron, are you gonna please tell me we take a break as well?
Yes.
Thank you.
Let's take a break here. I apologize. bit. In looking at 702 and 702A, I agree the state is correct, and in also looking at some of the case law, the rule does provide that when you're looking at the qualifications of an expert, it's not solely based on one's education. And as I understand it, for purposes of the hybrid witness, I've always understood that part of that assessment is the years of experience that they have, and that should not be discounted in that, frankly, I believe that many years of experience on the job, real-life experience, is probably worth a lot more than classroom knowledge. And the detective here has many years, also has processed hundreds of crime scenes. So the rule does provide that a witness can be qualified as an expert by knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education. None of these necessarily are given greater weight than others, from my understanding, and here I find that she has all of those in this area. Now, that does not mean that the defense can't take issue, question her as to her qualifications, which I imagine the defense will. And there may be some specific topic that's gotten into that the state explores with her that the defense may object to, and we'll take those objections up as we go. But I will allow her to speak as an expert.
And I just have two things, Judge. First, is the court qualifying her as an expert in
Crime scene processing.
Okay, and so our position is that that is not the same as an expert in blood spatter.
I understand, and I'm going to allow her to speak. Now, it depends on how far she goes with that, so we'll see. And
then I just want to remind the court of Stacy v. State, that is 500 P. 3rd 1023. In that case, the Court of Appeals instructed that the danger that a police investigator's expert conclusion may be given undue weight by a jury is particularly acute in a criminal case. As we have previously recognized, the danger is that jurors may surmise that the police are privy to more facts than have been presented in court, or they may be improperly swayed by the opinion of a witness who is presented as an experienced criminal investigator. And so I want to ask for a protective order under Stacy that this witness is not going to testify as to an opinion as if this crime scene is consistent with homicide.
At this point, we're not asking that. We may ask her if it's inconsistent with suicide.
She's not going to testify as to the ultimate decision for the jury, and I don't think that that's what the state's offering her for. If she has an opinion as to whether or not the evidence is consistent with suicide from her years of experience and training, I would allow that.
And again, we haven't been provided notice of that.
Okay. Noted. We ready to go?
Yes, Judge. Thank you.
Actually, is the jury on their way? I need to get you your CV back. I'm gonna run grab it.
Oh, thank you.
My notes.
We don't need the CV back, Judge, I made a copy.
I need my notes anyway.
Okay.
seated. Do you want this back?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Please rise for the jury.
Thank you. Please be seated. Ms. Hurley?
Thank you, Your Honor. The state now calls Detective Chelsea C. to the stand.
Detective, if you please stand and raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case now before this court be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Thank you.
And if you can please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Yes, my first name is Chelsea. It's Chelsey, and my last name is C. It's spelled See.
Detective C., can you introduce yourself to the jury and explain what you do for a living?
Yes, I'm Chelsea C. I work for the Anchorage Police. My primary duty is as a domestic violence detective, and my secondary duty is on our crime scene team.
How long have you worked for Anchorage Police Department?
About 10.5 years.
And can you detail some of the trainings you've had throughout your time at APD?
Yes, I went through the standard recruit academy at APD and then advanced on to field training, which is riding around with another patrol officer while they grade you. From there, I went on to patrol where I received numerous trainings. I did go to one 40-hour course that is called the Uniformed Investigator School, and it was 40 hours of photography, diagramming, really processing crime scenes. So when I was on patrol, sometimes I did fill the role of what's known as the UI, or the Uniformed Investigator Officer. After patrol, for about 5 years, I moved into the role of in-service instructor. So I worked at the training center and taught all of our employees, as well as municipal employees, in a wide variety of topics. And while I was there teaching, also received a lot of training in taser, Glock armory, defensive tactics, just a numerous amount of topics. From there, I became a domestic violence investigator, where I did receive quite a bit of training in interview and also domestic violence strangulation. And currently, as of last year, I'm a domestic violence detective, where I've continued to receive very similar training in interview and also strangulation.
So in regards to crime scene, patrol officers get a general crime scene training?
Yes.
And then you talked about being a UI. Is that a step up from a normal patrol officer?
As far as crime scene processing, yes, it is more in-depth.
And who provided those trainings when you became the uniformed investigator?
My instructor was Officer Sitz, who was a crime scene team leader at the department.
And then when did you join crime scene?
I joined the crime scene team in 2019.
And can you please detail to the jurors, what are some specific crime scene trainings you've gone to throughout your career?
Sure. So crime scene trainings I've attended at the state lab, both kind of a general crime scene processing and also advanced. I've had low light courses at the state crime lab, as well as vehicle processing and chemical processing. I've also attended a 10-week or 400-hour course at the University of Tennessee, which is located in Oak Ridge, for this specific training. It's 400 hours, and it really covers just everything to do with crime scene processing. So we did a week of photography, a week of blood stain pattern analysis, a week of shooting reconstruction. We did training on diagrams, video evidence, chemicals, case or crime scene management, body excavation, really just anything you can think of as far as crime scene processing goes.
And at that training, was there specific trainings into certain sections, such as blood splatter or evidence collection?
Yes, specifically with shooting reconstruction and blood stain pattern analysis, it was a 40-hour course with a test and a certificate at the end of that 40 hours.
And in addition, have you also attended multiple crime scene trainings put on by either APD or the Alaska Crime Lab?
Yes, so as a crime scene team member, we do have monthly training for a single day. So about 8 to 10 hours. And sometimes that's put on by other members of the crime scene team, and sometimes it's put on by members of the state lab.
And just last year, did you attend a training put on for the Alliance of Hope about hidden homicides?
I did.
And what was that training about?
It was specifically about staged crime scenes in regards to strangulations.
Throughout your career as beginning with a patrol officer, can you estimate, I know it may be difficult, how many scenes do you think you responded to and processed or collected evidence at?
Specifically as a crime scene team member, I know I've gone to over 80 major crime scene call-outs, but with patrol factored in, I'd place it in the several hundred with crime scenes.
At this point, Your Honor, the state would move to qualify Detective C as an expert under Rule 702 as an expert in crime scene processing and analysis.
Counsel.
No objection right now, notwithstanding our prior.
We object.
Oh, we're,
Subject to our previous
yeah, subject to our
conversation,
previous objection, yes.
I will find her qualified over the defense's objection, and the defense's record was preserved.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective C, did you respond as a member of the crime scene team on August 9th, 2023 in reference to this case?
Yes, I did.
And how were you called out or first involved in this matter?
Yeah, I was first called around 9:50 p.m. by Officer Keating, who was the team lead for crime scene team that evening, and he informed me that there was a call out at 5210 Mockingbird, number 13.
And that was about 2150 hours, is that correct?
Yes.
And for non-military time, what is that?
9:50 p.m.
Thank you. Were you and other members of the crime team there to execute a search warrant 3AN 23-03103 SW?
Yes, we were.
And was that granted by the court?
It was.
And that was to search 5210 Mockingbird Drive, unit number 13?
Yes, it was.
When you first arrived, did you and other crime scene members meet and confer?
Yes, we always meet and we talk about the different assigned duties that we're going to have. We do have typically 6 team members per team, so we want to assign each task to each person, including photographs, video. We have an evidence custodian. We have a team leader who typically, but not always, does observations. We have somebody who does a Faro scanner and then somebody who does a diagram.
And what role were you assigned that day?
I was assigned as the evidence custodian.
And what does that role entail?
Yeah, so the evidence custodian is responsible for making sure everything gets packaged and labeled appropriately and then placed into our evidence warehouse. That can include helping seize evidence as well as packaging, but particularly it's the tag and then the transporting that the evidence custodian is responsible for.
So you talked about a tag. What is that?
So a tag is an individual identification for a piece of evidence. It has a number on it, and then it has the case information. So the case number, who seized it, what the item is, and it goes on to the packaging for that piece of evidence.
And does APD reuse those numbers in every case?
No.
Will any piece of evidence in any case over any time ever have the same tag number?
No.
And why is that?
We want it to be unique so we can find it if we need to, and also so there's no confusion.
Do you recall who else was on the team that day?
I do. Officer Keating, Officer Lasoya, Officer Fletcher, Detective Filipovich, and Officer Hickman.
Thank you, ma'am. So that day, you were in charge of evidence collection for the entire team?
Yes.
And do you keep a log of that?
I do.
And what do you recall observing in general when you first walked into the apartment?
So it was a 2-bedroom apartment. There was a living area, kitchen area, and then a bathroom and 2 bedrooms. I recall going into the southwest bedroom in particular for processing.
And then I questioned if you package or collect or help package all evidence for the entire team. Did you also seize evidence yourself that day?
I did.
And at this time, if I may approach with States Exhibits 55, 109, 138, 139, 182, 167, 176, 200, 132, 133, 134, 209, and 210. They've all been previously admitted.
Okay.
Thank you.
Detective C, do you recognize these photographs?
Let me take a look through them. Yes, I do.
And if we could begin, up on the screen is exhibit number 55. To give the jury context, what is this again?
This is the main hallway, or one of the main hallways in the apartment complex at Mockingbird.
Does this hallway lead to unit number 13?
It does.
And up on the screen, I have 109. Is this that same hallway, but with the placards put up?
Yes, it is.
In reference to seizing evidence, what did you do that day?
So I looked at some of the stains on the floor here. I tested them with a hemosticks, which is a presumptive test for blood. It reacts to the hemoglobin in blood. It's a presumptive test, so it's saying that this is possibly blood. And then after that, I swabbed each stain with a sterile cotton Q-tip that was moistened with sterile water and packaged it for evidence.
And could you detail a little more, what does a hemostic test? And you said it's a presumptive test. What does that mean?
Yeah, so it tests, again, it's searching for hemoglobin, which is found in blood, and it is just presumptive. So it's saying that this is possibly blood. It's by no means definitive. There are false positives, just as there are false negatives.
And in particular, would each of those swabs that you spoke about get a tag number?
Yes.
Was placard 7 tag number 1069975?
May I refer to my report for a tag number? Thank you. And I'm sorry, you said placard
7.
And can you repeat the tag number for me?
1069975.
Yes, it was.
Thank you, ma'am. And did you swab and hemostic each of the 7 placards we're seeing in exhibit number 109?
Yes, I did.
Thank you. Inside the property, in the bedroom, did you seize any evidence in this room?
I did. I seized what you can see as placard 9, which indicated any bedding to include the gray blanket that you see there, the pillows, as well as the mattress liner and topper.
And in exhibit number 138, we can see multiple placards. Your focus and assignment that day was specifically to placard 9, is that correct?
Yes.
And is this in 139 a closer photo of what you specifically did?
Yes, it is.
And did you also, later in this case, get called by the evidence or property facility?
I did.
And was that in reference to exhibit 182, which is the placard number 30?
Yes, it was.
And what were you called about in that?
Yep, so sometimes our evidence section sends us what's known as a RFA, or a request for action, and that's basically telling us that, hey, something is not correct, whether it's, you know, the way it was packaged, or something on the tag.
You approach, please. Overruled.
Thank you, I'm sorry. Could you start that over? You said that you had gotten a call from the evidence facility. What went on?
Sure. So typically, the evidence custodian, their name is on the property report. So if there's anything that needs to be corrected, whether it's, you know, the tape or the tag or something that they see as not being correct, they'll email what's known as an RFA, or a request for action, and they'll ask us to do something specific. In this case, they thought that there was some liquid inside of this carpet cleaner, and they asked me to separate that, so I did so.
And just for clarity, I think your prior testimony was that something may have been incorrect. In this case, was it incorrect, or were you and other crime scene members unaware that there was liquid in the machine?
I did not package this item myself, so I was unaware.
You just helped lend to it afterwards?
Yes.
And did you preserve that liquid that you went and collected when asked to do so?
Yes, I separated and preserved it.
Thank you, ma'am. Up on the screen is exhibit number 167. And Madam Clerk, can we dim the lights just a little bit? Detective C, were you present when the mattress was flipped up?
Yes, I was.
And in your training and experience, and now that you've been qualified as an expert, can you detail to the jurors some of your observations and analysis you're able to provide here?
Sure. So I observed a large reddish stain on the mattress in multiple different locations. To me, what would appear to be a couple of large pools of potentially blood, as well as what appears to be a sort of drip trail on the lower left corner.
And in reference to this case and the totality of the evidence and circumstances you're aware of, why would the multiple pools of blood be significant here?
From the case facts that I had at the time, it indicated that there was potentially movement of a bloody surface around the mattress to create those stains.
So meaning that when bleeding was occurring, movement occurred, or maybe in the time thereafter?
Yes, either during or the time thereafter.
Thanks, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
And then up on the screen, I have Exhibit 176. Does the mattress being flipped over in the position it likely was in, are you able to provide any details to that effect?
So again, a couple of saturated, again, this is an absorbent material, so there is saturation there, but what I would describe as a large pool of what appears to be blood, as well as some smaller staining, and again, kind of looking like a drip trail, which would indicate movement of a bloody surface that's depositing that blood as it goes.
And when you talk about a drip trail, what does that mean?
So you can see the smaller, if you're looking at kind of the lower left-hand corner there. Obviously, those look a little bit different than some of the larger pool staining on the mattress. And that just means that something with blood was being deposited onto the mattress, and we know that it was moving because the stains are across that mattress.
In the saturation, is this a significant amount of blood, a limited amount of blood, or are you able to give some details in your training and experience in multiple crime scenes that you've attended to that effect?
In my experience, this is a significant amount of blood.
Are you familiar with the wound found on Zarrius Hildabrand at the autopsy in this case?
Via photographs, yes.
And are you aware that it was only one injury, one gunshot?
Yes, I am.
To that effect, does that lend to any of your observations or analysis for this scene?
Objection, Judge.
Your approach, please. You can answer.
What I can tell you is there are multiple distinct stains, again, with 3 different pools. There was a large bloodletting event, and there was movement to create those stains.
Thank you. Up on the screen now, I have exhibit number 200, and it looks like placard number 26. Are you familiar with this piece of evidence?
I am.
And what was that?
It's a handgun, a Sig Sauer.
Your Honor, if I may approach with State's Exhibit 276.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Detective C, do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
This is the same handgun as pictured here in Exhibit 200.
And was that seized and packaged by you?
It has been altered since then, but yes.
Could you explain to the jurors, going from Exhibit 200, what would have occurred, and then what are you able to ascertain by how you're seeing Exhibit 276 now?
Sure. So when we seize any piece of evidence, we're going to package it, usually in paper or a box, depending. Plastic tends to mold, so we don't use that very often. But for firearms specifically, we have handgun boxes, and we also have long gun boxes. So since this is a handgun, it went into a handgun box. It's usually secured, that way it's not jostling around in the box. And in this case, this is a handgun box just with the top taken off.
And is that true and accurate to how it appeared when you collected it that day?
Yes.
State would move to admit Exhibit 276.
Any objection?
No objection.
Submitted?
So in that package, are you able to see possibly red tape?
I am.
And what does that mean?
That means usually that it's been sent to the state lab for some kind of testing, or even that a detective has opened it to look at it, something like that.
And in your training and experience, has it been repackaged for trial?
Yes, it has.
And what would the difference be to that packaging versus when you had packaged it for crime scene?
Sure. So when we package it for crime scene, there's a cardboard top that has a diagram of a handgun to show us which way to point it. It has different information. So you would not be able to see the gun in the packaging that we do out in crime scene. So this has been altered so it can be visible here. And I can see that it's been resealed. I don't recognize the employee number, but I can see that it's been resealed by an APD employee.
Thank you, ma'am. Up on the screen, I have exhibit number 132. Do you recognize that?
I do.
133, do you recognize that as well?
I do.
Is that the back of that same note?
It is.
And then finally, 134, is this to give context to where that note actually was?
Yes.
And if I may approach with exhibit 274?
Yes.
Detective, do you recognize this?
I do.
And what is that?
This is the letter from the coffee table that was in the living area.
And is that what we were seeing in 132, 133, and 134?
Yes.
And is it true and accurate to how it looked that day when you collected it, or when you packaged it at least?
Yes, I can see the original packaging, and it's been repackaged, so it's visible.
And state would move to admit exhibit 274, Your Honor.
No objection.
Submitted?
And up on the screen is exhibit 209, and then 210 being a closer inversion of 209, and we can see placard 31. Do you recall this exhibit?
I do. This was, again, in the living room. Under the couch, there was a compartment for storage.
Was the compartment obvious, or was it more hidden?
It wasn't obvious, I would say, but it was something that we checked for.
And if I may approach with exhibit 275?
Yes.
Do you recognize exhibit 275?
Yes, I do.
And is that that same magazine that we're seeing in exhibits 209 and 210?
Yes, it is. And again, it's been repackaged for viewing purposes.
And is that red tape that you detailed?
Yes, I can see red tape.
So red tape would mean crime lab, and then the plastic packaging, so it's visible, that would have been done by another APD employee?
Yes, blue tape is typically APD, and again, we sign it with our initials, our employee number, and then the date that we sealed it.
Thank you, ma'am. So at this point, did you remain as evidence custodian from the late hours of August 9th into the early morning hours of August 10th?
I did. I was called again at about 2 p.m.
Did you have anything else? Were you called out again in this case?
I was, sorry.
And when was that?
2 p.m. on the 10th.
And where were you called to?
I was called to APDs. We call it indoor secure storage. This is where we can process outside of the elements, like vehicles, larger items. So Sergeant, then Detective Aldridge, called me and informed me that he had evidence that needed processing in this case.
And who was your normal team lead at that time for crime scene?
It was Detective, now Sergeant Aldridge.
And my previous questions at the apartment, you said that Officer Keating was the lead at that point?
Yes, so he is a team lead from another team. Sometimes if there's leave issues or somebody gets sick or something like that, we are able to swap people around and make sure that there is a team leader there. In this case, it was Officer Keating for the scene, and then Detective Aldridge, or now Sergeant Aldridge, for the remainder of the case.
Thank you, ma'am. And as the Sergeant Aldridge, she called you out, was that around 1400 hours?
It was.
And you went to indoor secure storage, what is that?
Yep, so that's an APD facility where, again, we process larger pieces of evidence like vehicles, small boats, things like that. That way we have it outside of the elements and we can process it in a more stable environment.
And why were you called out that day?
I was called because I was told that there was evidence that had been found, particularly a large trash bin.
And were you the only member of crime scene, or who was out with you?
So it was Sergeant Aldridge and then also Officer Lasoya and myself that responded for this particular part.
And what role were you assigned that day?
I was assigned to photographs.
And at this time, if I may approach with States Exhibits 249 through 259, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you.
Do you recognize these photos?
I do.
And are those the photos that you took that day when you responded to indoor secure storage?
Yes, but there are some photographs, not from that day, that I did not take, starting with exhibit number 271.
Understood. Could you flip those over and we'll get to those in just a moment?
Yes,
Thank you, ma'am. So as to 249 through 259, are they true and accurate to what you took at indoor secure storage?
I'm sure the numbers are right, but yes. Yes.
And at this time, the state would move to admit States Exhibits 249 through 259, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
They're admitted.
Thank you. Permission to publish.
You may.
Up on the screen is 249. Detective C, what is this and why would you take a photo of it?
This is usually, hopefully, the first photograph that we take to let the viewer know where we're at, the case number, the date, the time, and then who is taking those photographs. So this is all of that information there. The photograph location of ISS is just indoor secure storage. We call it ISS.
So is this common practice to have these photos just to give reference to a group of photos?
Yes.
Thank you. Up on the screen is Exhibit 250. What is this?
This is, I was talking about HEMA sticks earlier. This is what they look like. You can see that it's a strip with the little yellow portion at the top. So typically, if we're trying to determine if this is potentially blood, we'll take a cotton tip swab, we'll touch the stain and then touch it to the yellow portion. And if it has a reaction, that's known as a presumptive positive result. Again, there are false positives and false negatives as well.
And in your training experience, would this be a positive, negative, or no result?
Excuse me, yes, I should have mentioned. So the color that it turns is kind of a green or bluish color if it's a presumptive positive. In this case, I can see there is a presumptive positive result.
And here, since you were assigned the role of photographs, was Sergeant Aldridge or Officer Lasoya the one swabbing or collecting evidence at that time? Yes,
they were processing for evidence while I photographed.
Thank you. Up on the screen is Exhibit 251. What is this?
This is the 96-gallon trash bin that I was called for. This is just a general view, and you can see that we're inside that facility that I spoke about.
And before you begin processing, do you take outward photos or photos before you touch anything?
Yes, we want to make sure that we're documenting how a scene or an item is prior to manipulation. So we typically work from kind of general to specific. So I would take general photographs of a scene or an item in this case, and take 360 photographs of that item.
So working out to in?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Exhibit 252, is this the side of that same trash can?
Yes, it is.
253, what is this a photo of?
So this is a little more specific to show some of the information on the sticker there. Again, 96-gallon toter, and some of the other barcode, things like that.
Yeah. 254.
So this is the interior of the trash can. So after we've documented how it is, we flip the lid and, again, just take photographs before doing anything on the interior.
And when you flipped the lid, what observations did you make as soon as that trash can was opened?
Near the bottom, I could see some reddish-brown staining that appeared to be blood, as well as some material that I wasn't sure until we removed it what it was, but it did have a reddish tint to it. You can see on the top, very near the top left corner, and then a little further below that into the can.
And if I were to bring you a laser pointer, could you just point that out?
I'm so sorry.
Got a laser pointer here if you want. Whatever.
It's just this red button right up.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
So here, and then here as well, was of interest. It was stuck to the side of the can and had a reddish tint to it.
And did you, as well as Sergeant Aldridge and Officer Lasoya, later actually collect those two pieces of material?
We did.
Up on the screen is Exhibit 255. Is this another angle of the interior?
It is. So you can see the material here, and then also some of the staining that I talked about kind of in the crease there.
On the screen is 256. Is this another angle?
Just another angle of the same, the two, and then some of the staining that we observed in the bottom of the can.
And at this angle, are you able to see more of that staining kind of highlighted by the light?
Yes, particularly in this area, but also here as well.
Thank you. 257, what is this?
This is just showing the dimensions.
Would that be the space between the wheels on this trash can?
Yes.
And 258?
This is the material after it was removed from the trash can.
And is that the larger piece between the two?
Yes, it is.
And 259?
The smaller piece of the two.
Thank you. So you were called out at that time about 1,400, is that correct, or was it 1,600?
I believe it was 1,400, if I could refer to my report.
You may refresh, thank you, I apologize for
No, it's okay.
confusing it.
He did call me at about 1,400, and I responded.
And when you processed the scene, did you head home after that?
I did.
And how long were you able to stay home?
I was in my driveway for about 20 seconds.
And what happened?
I got another phone call, again from Sergeant Aldridge, informing me that we had another scene to go to in regards to this case.
Was it about 18:30 hours or 6:30 p.m.?
It was.
And what scene was that?
It was to the northwest of 5210 Mockingbird Drive.
Is that on a frontage type road?
It was.
Or an access road?
It was.
And when you arrived on scene, did you and the team meet and confer again?
We did.
Who was present?
It was myself, Sergeant Aldridge, Officer LaSoya, Officer Kendall. If I can refer to my report, I forget who that last person was.
You may refresh.
I apologize. Officer Fletcher.
Thank you. And what role were you assigned that day?
I was assigned again to evidence custodian.
So same task of collecting the evidence, packaging it, and make sure it's transported properly to AP property and evidence?
Yes.
What did you observe when you first arrived on scene? Where did you and the team confer or meet?
So we met on the paved road that was to the south of a kind of gravel or dirt road that went from north to south along the frontage road. And we walked up to a drain pipe of sorts up on that gravel road and were informed that there was a deceased person at the bottom of the drain pipe.
And before we get to what you and other crime scene members found within the drain, when you first met on that paved road, was that Alpenhorn?
Yes, it was.
And in reference to a previous scene you were at, did you recognize that area?
I did. It's, again, to the north of 5210 Mockingbird Drive.
And when you got to the drain, are you able to like, how far was that from those apartments you had previously been in?
Less than a quarter mile.
Thank you. When you got to the drain, what steps were taken by you and other scene members in processing that scene?
Again, working general to specific, Officer Kendall was tasked, now Sergeant Kendall, was tasked with photographs. So he did photograph the walk up from Alpenhorn up to that drain pipe, and then took more detailed photographs of the drain pipe. We did end up placing 2 placards on the gravel there for possible marks in the gravel.
And did Anchorage Fire Department have to be called out?
Yes, they did.
Why was that?
For recovery purposes.
Is that due to the placement of where the body was in the storm drain?
For resources, yes, it was, we needed help with resources.
Are you able to guess, was this drain 2 feet deep or was it 20 feet deep or something else?
I would say about 20 feet deep.
Aside from the body of Soraya Hildabrand, what else was in that storm drain?
There was bedding, a pillow, and some tan gloves.
And at this point, I would ask you to take a look at exhibits 271 through 273. And I believe there might be duplicates.
There are duplicates. I just realized that.
Do you recognize exhibits 271 through 273?
Yes, I do.
And what are those photographs of?
Those are items that were pulled out of the storm drain after Zarrius was recovered.
Are they true and accurate to what you observed and what you collected that day?
Yes.
State would move to omit Exhibits 271 through 273, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
They're admitted.
My apologies. Permission to publish.
They're admitted, you may publish.
Thank you. Phone on the screen is 271. Detective C, what is this a photo of?
Saturated bedding.
And was this the sheet and bedding, or sheet and blanket that were on top of Ms. Hildabrand?
Yes.
In Exhibit 272, what is this?
Saturated pillow with a pillowcase, and I can also see the pair of tan gloves.
And those tan gloves, are they more easily viewable in Exhibit 273?
Yes, they are.
And were they a tan military color glove? It's a little hard to see on the screen.
Yeah, in my experience, yes.
And you collected those pieces of evidence?
I did.
You packaged them?
I had assistance packaging them, but I did seize them, yes.
Thank you, ma'am. And did that conclude your involvement in this case?
Yes, it does.
And on scene, we talked a lot about hemosticks earlier. Was someone doing hemosticks?
I did hemosticks specifically on the staining placards 1 through 7 in the main hallway. I don't know if there was a hemosticks done in other portions of the residence, although I believe there was.
Just one moment. Thank you. Thank you so much. Those are all my questions at this time. Good afternoon, Detective C.
Good afternoon.
I want to start off by discussing, I know you went over your background with the state briefly. Your degree, correct me if I'm wrong, is in history and Japanese, right?
Yes, from UAA.
Okay. So you do not have a degree in forensic science?
No, ma'am.
Chemistry?
No, ma'am.
Biology?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And you discussed briefly your training. How many courses did you take in blood stain pattern analysis?
I've taken 2 40-hour courses.
Okay. And so that's a total of basically 2 work weeks worth of courses?
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't take, one of those courses was at Bevel Gardner Associates?
Yes.
And that was in 2021?
Yes.
You didn't take their advanced training course, number 2?
I did not.
Okay. I want to talk briefly about the hemostick testing. You tested in the hallway, correct?
I did.
Okay. And hemosticks cannot differentiate between blood or human blood versus animal blood?
No, they cannot.
Okay. And do you know if confirmatory testing was done?
I don't.
Okay. But that's not something you did?
No.
All right. One moment. And then briefly, it looks like you'd been to the apartment. What were the days you'd been to the apartment?
I went to the apartment on the 9th of August,
Okay.
2023.
So it probably goes without saying, but you were not there on the early morning of August 6th, 2023?
No, I was not.
You were inside the bedroom?
Not on that date, no.
Nope. The apartment at all?
Nope.
The apartment building?
No.
And you did not see who pulled the trigger that killed Ms. Hildabrand?
No.
Thank you so much for your time.
Did you read the record?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to leave this, maybe.
Your Honor, this is Officer Matlock Kendall.
You and officer, if you please, remain standing and raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give in this case, not before this court, will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You can be seated. And if you can please state and spell your first and last name for the record?
First name is Matlock, M-A-T-L-O-C-K. Last name is Kendall, K-E-N-D-A-L-L.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Can I have you start by introducing yourself and tell the jury what you do for a living?
I'm an Anchorage police officer. I've been a police officer about 9.5 years now. I've served in capacities as regular patrol officer. I've been an FTO, a field training officer. I also serve as a member of the crime scene team, so I do the forensic processing of major crime scenes. And I'm obviously now a sergeant, a supervisor at the patrol division. I work day shift, which is from 07 to 1700. Before that, I was mostly swing shift, which was at the time 3 p.m. till about 1 in the morning. Now it's 4 p.m. till 2 in the morning.
And Sergeant, how long have you been with the police department?
About 9.5 years.
You already said that, didn't you?
I did, yes.
Okay. And how long have you been with the crime scene team?
Since about 5 years now.
Okay. And the jury's heard from a few other crime scene team members, but that's an additional duty?
Yes.
And do you have additional training to do that work?
Yes. We do training at the APD level. Once a month, we do a 10-hour training course, various topics relevant to crime scene. I'm also a recent graduate of the National Forensic Academy. Back in January, I attended. It's a 10-week course, very in-depth training in crime scene. 400
hours?
400, yes.
And in the course of that training, what are the topics covered?
Anything from scene management, photography, use of chemicals for processing various pieces of evidence. We do blood pattern analysis. We do shooting trajectory or shooting reconstruction. We do an anthropology week where we actually recover human remains. And yeah.
And were you on the crime scene team in August of 2023?
I was on the crime scene team, yes.
And did you have occasion to respond as a member of that team to a storm drain near Alpenhorn Drive and Brayton Drive?
Yes.
Okay. And tell the jury how you got there, or, what the call was, essentially.
I was told I was working patrol at the time. I received the call that they were going to be processing a body recovery at a drainage culvert off of Alpenhorn. It was related to earlier call out that had happened on the apartments just south of that location in the Mockingbird apartment complex. And so I responded to process the scene at the culvert there.
Okay. So you didn't process the apartment at all?
I did not.
Just the drain in the culvert?
I never went inside that.
Okay. Do you know approximately how far away from the apartment was that culvert or the storm drain?
It was from the apartment or from the road that was there?
Yeah, from the apartment.
It was approximately 500 yards. I didn't have a tape measure or anything to actually measure it out, but where you were standing from it, you could look over and you could see the apartment complex. It's easily within walking distance. If you lived there, you could take your dog for a walk to where we were.
Okay, and what was your role there that day?
I was assigned the role of photographer.
Okay, and I'm gonna, if I may approach, Judge, I've provided these to counsel. Give you what's been marked for identification of State's Exhibits 212 through 245. Go ahead and take a look at those. No, you're good. Sergeant, are those all photographs that you took that day?
Most of them are. There are a small section I handed my camera to a AFD personnel who went down in the culvert for the human remain recovery, and they took photographs before the human remains were recovered. But I was there present when they were taken, and it was my camera that was used.
Okay, so you watched that process
Yes.
happen. And those photographs are all true and accurate to what you saw there that day?
Yes.
I'd move at this point for the admission of 212 through 245.
Shall we approach?
Yes.
These are admitted, Judge?
They are.
Okay. May I publish?
You may.
Okay. And the first series of photographs, are they a walk up to the storm drain?
Yes.
Okay. So we'll go through them one at a time. What is 212?
This was the access road to the culvert that we were talking about. This is from the road, the public road where vehicles can get through, and then this is the entrance to kind of the walking path or trailhead that leads to the actual scene, the drainage culvert.
I'm going to do something really quick here. Okay. And 213?
More of the same, just a different angle to kind of give a perspective of how far the trail goes down.
Okay.
And this is looking in the direction of north, so if you were to walk into this photograph and keep walking, you'd eventually hit downtown where we are now.
Madam Clerk, would it be possible to turn down the lights a little bit? Thank you. Now, there appears to be a gate there. Was that gate open when you all got there?
It was when I got there, yes.
Okay. 214?
The same, this is kind of walking down that path towards the scene. If you look closely in the back, you can kind of see that yellow tape. That's the drainage culvert that we're working towards.
Okay. Is there a road to the left in this photograph?
Yes, on the other side of the trees, on the other side of the fence line there is the Seward Highway.
Okay. And then what would be the road behind you on this access road? Like
Alpenhorn?
So directly behind the photographer
Yes.
is Alpenhorn?
So Alpenhorn, where it kind of merges with this, the frontage road, and then the Seward Highway right there.
Okay. And is it all woods off to the right?
As I call, yes.
Okay. 215?
Same, closer. Now we're kind of starting to see the area of the scene, and the section inside the crime scene tape there is where the culvert will be off onto the left there, just to the left of the trail.
Okay. And 216?
Just another perspective of that angle, kind of trying to show the drainage culvert there. It's kind of covered in trees, but
217?
that is the drainage culvert.
And 218?
More the same, the drainage culvert. The lid was off when I got there.
Okay. And is it your understanding that had been removed by Detective Chakowski and Officer Muma earlier?
I'm not sure who removed it, but I was told that somebody with the group who discovered it did remove that.
Okay. Somebody from APD?
Yes.
Okay. And 219?
This is, I'm standing in the woods behind the culvert, kind of looking at the road, but still the same drainage culvert.
And 220?
Same thing, different angle of the drainage culvert.
Now, the jury has heard a lot about HEMA sticks, so I'm going to show you 221. What does 221 depict?
That is the HEMA stick that was used to test the reddish-brown stain up on the drainage culvert.
Okay, and was that kind of in the interior of the culvert?
Yes.
Okay, I think we'll get to that in a
There is
moment.
a photo, yes.
222, is that another picture of that?
Yes.
And is that a fairly strong reaction?
Yes, when it turns blue like that, it means it is detecting the presence of blood.
223?
This is the drainage culvert, and then there was, if you see that spray paint there, those are some arrows that were marked that I believe it was Sergeant Aldrich. He had identified and wanted me to photograph.
Okay.
And so
Is there a little clicker that has a laser pointer on it up there by you?
Yes.
Yeah, I think the red button is the laser.
Yes.
Okay. You want to show the
Yes.
jury where those
These little
arrows are?
marks. They're actually arrows spray painted in yellow.
Okay. And Detective Aldridge or Sergeant Aldridge is going to testify. Is there, were those marking indentations in the gravel?
Yes, disturbances in the gravel there.
224?
This was kind of to show relevance of the drainage culvert, and then the area here that we were marking, just to kind of give a frame of reference of where those marks were in relevance to the drainage culvert.
225?
That is the mark there of the arrow that I was talking about, but this mark here is kind of the disturbance in the gravel we wanted to document.
26?
Just another more closer view of that.
226, I'm sorry. 227?
Different angle. This is the drainage culvert. That is the photo we just saw, and this is kind of working our way down the road here.
And 228?
This is that second, and, back in the 223 photograph, 223, you kind of could see, oops, that was me. I'm sorry. That was the two marks. That is the second mark here. So the first, yeah. Yes.
Okay. Is that the same in 229?
Yes.
Okay. And 228 and 229, I'm going to move through because they're fairly similar, or 230 and 231, I'm going to move through because they're fairly similar to other photos we've seen. But what is 232?
That is the lid of the drainage culvert.
Okay. And 233?
That is the rim area of the drainage culvert, and that lid that we just saw would have fit on top of that.
Okay. And in 234, can you see the area where the hemistick was applied?
Yes.
Or can you show the jury that?
This area right here of this brownish stain, that's where the hemistick was tested.
Okay. And is that a closer view in 235?
Yes, the same stain.
Okay. And I'd ask at this point, moving into 236, that the court, again, admonish the media not to show the next couple of photographs.
Folks, can you put your cameras up, please?
Okay. What is the jury going to see in 236 before I get to it?
You're going to see the human remains or the body that was discovered in the drainage culvert.
And can you describe what's going on in 236?
Yes, this is the view from looking down into the drainage culvert, down into the water there. This right here is a sensor that the AFD or the fire department put in to test for toxic gases in there. We want to make sure that it was safe to go down there. This is bedding, and then underneath that you can see the body of Ms. Hildabrand.
Okay. And was the bedding removed first?
It was, yes.
Okay. And then what is the jury going to see in 237?
We're slowly removing the bedding and working our way to the bottom of the culvert.
Okay. And is that obvious in 237?
Yes.
Okay. And 238?
This was, we had decided to placard those areas of disturbance in the gravel, and that was just to capture that we documented it as placard 1, 2, and then 3 is the drainage culvert.
Okay. Now, I think the jury has heard from others, but approximately what time did you go out to this scene?
Do you mind if I just check my report?
Yeah, if it'll refresh your recollection.
It was in the afternoon, late afternoon. It was about 6:58 in the evening, excuse me.
And did it take a long time and some coordination to extract Ms. Hildabrand's body from the storm drain? Can you describe some of that some of those coordination efforts?
The equipment required to remove her from the drainage culvert, we don't have as a crime scene team, so we asked AFD to respond, and they have recovery. So they had to go down first with straps, and they actually had quite a setup with one of their ladders where they had a pulley system that they could get those straps and stuff down, be able to recover her after they put her in a specialized evidence bag and brought her up from there.
Okay. Is that evidence bag made of almost a mesh-like material?
Yes, it's called a water recovery bag. It's specifically designed to recover evidence in underwater or things like that, so it allows water to drain, but everything that's in the water doesn't come out. It's kind of like like she said, a mesh.
Or like a sieve?
Yes.
Okay. And approximately how far down was Ms. Hildabrand's body in that drain?
Approximately 15 feet.
Okay. And about how much water was she in?
About 2 feet.
Okay. And so AFD, not APD, actually went down in the drain to recover her?
Yes, and got her out of the drain, and then they put her down for more photographs.
Okay. And was she in part identified by some unique tattoos on her body?
Yes. The detectives who were investigating knew that she had some tattoos, and they asked us to look for those when we recovered her, just to make sure we positively identified her.
Okay. I want you to look at 239, and before the jury sees it, what does 239 depict?
This was showing some of the the tattoos on her body after they recovered her from the drainage culvert.
Okay, so 239 is after she's been lifted from that storm drain? Okay, and do you see the tattoos both on her back and on her arms and wrists?
Yes.
Okay. Did you notice anything that looks like skin sloughing?
Yes, kind of on her arms and her legs. This area right here, the discoloration is because the skin here is actually kind of sloughed away. This is another layer of skin that's still on there.
And then is 240 a photograph of her legs?
Yes.
Okay, and does that further depict some of that skin sloughing?
Yes.
Okay, and is that consistent with being in water for a period of time?
Yes.
Okay. And then is 241 just another picture of the front of her legs?
Yes.
Okay. And was that in part for identification purposes for the tattoos?
Yes.
Okay. What is the jury going to see in Exhibit 242?
You're going to see an image of her face with the injury to the forehead area.
Okay. And how would you describe that injury?
It's this injury right here. It appeared consistent with a gunshot wound.
And what is 243?
It's that same injury with a closer view.
Now, in 244, after Ms. Hildabrand's body was recovered from the storm drain, what did you do?
Yes, I went down into the culvert itself when she was removed to look for any additional evidence that might have still been underwater, also to see kind of what was down there, because at the time we only had a top-down view. This image is actually me standing in the bottom of the culvert where she was recovered.
Okay.
And it's an access point to the drainage culvert. The drainage culvert is actually a long pipe that continues down that gravel road we were talking about. This is looking down that gravel pipe from that perspective.
Okay. And where does that flow to? You said down that access road.
Oh, sorry. It flows to the north, and so it comes out into the river that passes underneath the Seward Overpass, just north of the Mockingbird Apartments.
Okay. Is that Campbell Creek?
Yes.
Okay. And was that water moving?
I don't recall.
Okay.
I think it slowly was moving because it empties out into the river, but I can't recall exactly.
Did you find anything else of evidentiary value after you went down into that storm drain?
I did not, no.
Do you have to wear some special, at least something to protect yourself when you went down?
Yes, I had gloves on. I also had waders to protect the water, myself from the water. I had a headlamp on, but...
Okay. And you said that's about 15 feet down there?
Yes.
And the water is about 2.5 feet deep?
That's correct.
Okay. And what is State's Exhibit 245?
This is, once we were done processing the scene, we put the lid back on to the drainage culvert, and this is how we left it, and this is how it was discovered when this all started.
I think that's all the questions I had for you. I imagine the defense might have some.
All right. Thank Thank you, officer. You're free to step down.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, officer. Before you have a seat. I'm well, how are you?
Well, thank you.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this case now before this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Thank you. Please state spell your first and last name, please.
My first name is David, pardon me, David, spelled D-A-V-I-D. My last name is Aldridge, spelled A-L-D-R-I-D-G-E.
And Sergeant Aldridge, go ahead and introduce yourself to the jury. Tell them what you do for a living.
So my name is Dave Aldridge. I'm a patrol sergeant for the midnight shift here in Anchorage. My primary duty as a patrol sergeant is just to make sure that the patrol officers that are responding to calls for services have what they need to respond to critical incidents, to help them manage critical incidents, and that's my primary duty. I also have a couple of other tertiary or secondary duties at the Anchorage Police Department, one of those being a leader or team lead on our crime scene team, our major crime scene team, the teams that respond to major incidents, homicide, sexual assaults that require kind of specific crime scene processing above and beyond what the normal patrol officer could do. I've been with the Anchorage Police Department since 2004, and so in 22 years, sorry, I worked last night. 22 years as a patrol sergeant, or as a patrol officer, ranking up to patrol sergeant. I did 3 years as a background investigator, hiring cops and non-sworn people. I spent 10 years as an undercover narcotics detective, and I've been on the APD crime scene team since 2009. And I've been recently promoted to team lead after I attended a specific training at the National Forensics Academy in the University of Tennessee. I did that in 2000, right after COVID, 2002.
And the jury's heard a little bit about the National Forensic Academy, but that's a 400-hour course?
Yeah, approximately 400 hours, and this is taught by the industry kind of subject matter experts from all over the U.S. It's about 10 weeks in Nashville, Tennessee, where we learn everything from how to use chemicals, how to take photographs, how to do diagramming, how to do a grave excavation, lots of different things, but it's about 400 hours specifically dedicated to nothing but forensic training.
Okay. And prior to even joining law enforcement or the Anchorage Police Department, did you have other military or law enforcement history? Yeah, I was actually a security policeman in the United States Air Force. I joined in 1992, and I worked as a military police investigator with the U.S. Air Force from 92 until I joined APD in 2004. And part of the training that I went through in the military is I went to the military police investigators course in Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri, which is where you get a special experience identifier to be a investigator on the military side. And a lot of that training, about, I want to say, I think 60 hours of and that was even longer than the National Forensic Academy. It was about 460 hours, maybe even 500 hours. About 60 to 80 hours of that was specifically designed about, once again, specific forensic crime scene training, how to document crime scenes, how to collect evidence, how to identify items for evidence, and that just on the military side. Okay. And just as a member of the crime scene team or a crime scene team lead in either of those capacities at the Anchorage Police Department, approximately how many crime scenes do you believe you've processed? Since specifically on the crime scene team, as a member into a team lead, I would have to be, it's definitely probably over 1,500, like specific major crime scenes that I've responded to. That's not taking into account that prior to being on the crime scene team, I was also a uniformed investigator, and that's essentially a step up from the basic patrol officer, where they give you kind of the baby steps of how to do crime scene processing, and that's just like minor crime scenes that
the normal patrol officer couldn't handle, they would call the uniformed investigator on that shift, and they would help them out with that.
At this point, Judge, I'd move to qualify Sergeant Aldridge as an expert in the field of crime scene processing and analysis.
Counsel?
Judge.
All right. I find that he is so qualified to speak as an expert.
Okay. On August 10th, 2022, how did you get involved in this case?
So the way crime scene team works, and it's, I don't know if this has been explained before, but we have 3 separate teams, and they're always on call. We're on call 24/7, 365 days a week. And on August 10th, my team was, in particular, was on call at that time frame. I received, it was in the afternoon, I know I was called by Sergeant Rain Reynolds, who was the supervisor for the homicide unit, and he explained to me that he had, he was requesting members of the crime scene team to make contact with detectives at Alpenhorn and Brayton, which is an artery that leads kind of east into a neighborhood right off the Seward Highway, stating that they had found an item of evidence that he wanted crime scene to take a bit of a closer look at regarding an investigation that the homicide unit was conducting at that time.
Okay. Had your team, but with Officer Keating as the lead, responded to an apartment building nearby the day before?
I know the day before they responded to, I was not working that particular crime scene, even though I was on call. I was out for the day, so Officer Keating was covering for me as a team lead. And I know that they had responded to the Mockingbird, or the Alpine Apartments off of Mockingbird, to process a crime scene. And I was told by Sergeant Reynolds that my involvement for this particular call out on the 10th, rather, was associated with that scene.
Okay. And so Sergeant Reynolds calls you essentially to get a trash can?
Yes, ma'am.
And where was it located?
So he told me to go to like I said, Alpenhorn, Alpenview. It's the artery that leads off of Brayton. That's where the detectives were. He explained to me that there was a contractor that was they were doing like a homeless abatement kind of a thing, that they had been contracted to go to this homeless camp and kind of clean it up, and that they had found a trash can. And when I responded there, they were on that drive, and I talked to the detectives that happened to be there at the time and kind of got an explanation from them regarding the facts and circumstances of their investigation. And there was a large flip-top trash can, kind of like the ones that I'm going to put out tomorrow for my trash, that was on top of a flatbed truck that they said, and I think it was A1 Landscaping was the contract that they had collected, and that's what they wanted me to take a look at.
Okay. And where did you take that?
So we wanted to, upon looking at it, I did a visual inspection, in seeing it just based on my experience in training, what I believed, it was my opinion that it was probably blood that was inside of it, and I didn't want to process it right there on the scene, so I took custody of the trash can, and I moved it over to an indoor secure evidence storage facility at the Anchorage Police Department, and I decided that in that controlled environment, that's where I was going to conduct the processing for that trash can. Okay, and did you have 2 members of the crime scene team assist you with that? Yeah, Officer, at the time, Detective now, Chelsea C. helped me with that, and Officer Alex Lasoya, who was also on call with me. Those are both on my crime scene team. They assisted me with that. Okay. Once you get it to indoor secure storage, can you tell the jury the observations you made of the trash can? Sure. Like I said, it was a large, I can't remember the size of it. I know it's the size of the trash can that I have at my house that Waste Management comes and gets every week. Swing top, plastic, got wheels on it that you can wheel out, and that it, upon inspection of it, and I'm using this as just a visual observation of what it is. I'm using a flashlight to kind of augment what we're seeing. And like I said, prior to at the scene, I had saw what I suspected to be blood. And during the initial briefing, Sergeant Reynolds said it looked like there may be things inside it that appeared to him to be like either paper towels or like Clorox cleaning wipes inside of it. And he wanted me to take a closer look at that. And I did observe those things that he had described, but based on my experience and training, I knew those were not paper towels, and I knew those were not Clorox cleaning wipes. To me, it appeared to be something that was 100% definitely organic. So that piqued my interest as well. So we investigated that a bit further. I also observed what I suspected to be human hair in it. It was, I can tell you right now, it was dark in color, brownish hair. It wasn't like blonde or red. It was like a brownish color. And other than that, just the areas of blood that were on the interior of it, and like I said, those organic things in the hair.
Okay, just to refresh your recollection on a couple of different things, I'm going to show you what the jury has already seen as State's Exhibit 253. Does that refresh your recollection as to the size of the trash can?
Yes, ma'am.
And how big is it?
It's a 96-gallon trash can.
Okay. And did it appear relatively new?
Yeah, it appeared new, 100%.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what the jury has seen as State's Exhibits 258 and 259. You described organic material. It's 258 and 259,
Yes,
that
ma'am.
material that you were talking about?
Yes, ma'am. This is the organic material that I looked at that I was told may have been a paper towel or a clean wipe. And, based on my experience and training of the thousands of crime scenes that I processed, that I knew that this was organic. And so that was in my opinion, 100% that was organic. And 259 is a secondary portion of that. We're dealing with two different pieces of organic material.
Okay. Is that, when you say organic material, is it consistent potentially with dermis or skin?
Sure. Yes, 100%. Yeah, that's what I suspected it to be, skin.
Okay. And is there a lab test that you could do to prove that or not?
There's a lab test that can be done, not by us at the on crime scene team. The proper process for this would be to document it, collect it, package it, and send it to the state crime lab so they can do their.
And the state crime lab can look for DNA, but they're not able to say where the DNA comes from, right?
Yes.
Overruled.
Okay. Did you task Officer Lasoya with taking some swabs of the red stains inside of the trash can?
Yes, I did. So in a particular instance like this where I suspect a red-brown stain to be blood, the first step in that process would be to use a hemostick. And a hemostick is something that was designed, believe it or not, to test for blood in urine. It's a stick it's got a lot number. It's secured on our van. We take it out. We'll use a sterile cotton swab, put water on it, and put it on the application pad on the very tip of it, and it's yellow as it comes out of the container, and it reacts with suspected blood, and it'll turn different shades of green, even to a dark blue.
Okay. And is State's Exhibit 250 that's already been admitted a photograph of that hemostick that was applied in that?
Yes, ma'am. This is a hemostick, and like I said, there's the yellow applicator pad. It's yellow when it comes out of the container, and the reaction is the blue or the greenish. That's a positive reaction for the presumptive presence of blood.
Okay. And was that organic material that you described packaged for to be sent to the state crime lab?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Okay. Did you also look for fingerprints or latent fingerprints on the can?
That would be the next step in that process. I would use, and I did the fingerprinting on this particular case. I used, there's different kinds of powders that we can use. If the medium that we're trying to fingerprint is dark, I'm going to try to use a lighter fingerprint powder for that contrast. So I believe I used, we have white fingerprint powder, and then we also have bichromatic. And I think I used both of those to dust for prints.
Okay. And you photo documented that process?
Yes,
as well?
ma'am.
Okay. And did you observe anything that might be a possible fingerprint or ridge detail?
I know as I was going through the entire thing, I know I did find one spot that it piqued my interest, that had sufficient ridge detail that it warranted me to attempt to collect it and then send that to once again the lab for analysis and potential identification.
Okay. And while you're there, I guess as soon as you finish packaging and the trash can for evidence, did you receive another phone call?
I did. It was later in the afternoon, approximately 6 o'clock in the evening. I was working that day. I was in our narcotics unit, just doing my normal job as a narcotics detective, when Sergeant Reynolds called me again and stated that the scope of the investigation at Larkspur and Brayton had expanded because the homicide detectives and I think the technical support unit were continuing as I was processing the trash can, and they had discovered what they said was a deceased person inside a storm drain along an access road. There's an access road. Brayton is kind of the frontage road that goes northbound on the Seward Highway, and there's an access road that runs just along it that starts at Larkspur, and it kind of terminates right where Campbell Creek is at. And on that road, there is a storm drain approximately 150 feet north of Larkspur, and that was where the storm drain was. Somebody had lifted off the top of it, and they looked down, and that's when they had discovered somebody that was deceased.
And we've got 2 minutes left. I don't know when's a good.
Yeah, I'm actually just at the very end, because we have had folks testify about the storm drain, et cetera. I wanted you to talk, the previous officer, Kendall, talked about the recovery that AFD did with the sieve and lifting the body. Can you talk to the jury a little bit about the medical examiner and how crime scene team next interacts with the medical examiner?
Yeah, absolutely. State medical examiner's always got jurisdiction over a dead body in the state, actually. So once the body was recovered from the storm drain, the medical examiner at that point starts their initial investigation of what the medical examiner's office is going to need to do. We follow behind them and kind of document as they're documenting, and then the medical examiner will make a determination whether they're going to take custody of the remains for an autopsy or a medical exam, and that's what they had done. So.
Okay. And so did Ms. Hildabrand's body then leave that scene with the state medical examiner's office?
Correct. The chain of custody was released from the Anchorage Police Department to the state medical examiner's office, and they transported the deceased to the medical examiner's office. Okay.
And were you responsible for packaging evidence that was seized along with Ms. Hildabrand's body, gloves, bedding, or gloves, pillow, and bedding?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I think that's all the questions I have for this officer.
All right, thank you. Counsel, you approach, please. We are stopping for the day. It's now 1:30, and so I'll let you folks head out. Please don't do any research or discuss the case. And we are still on track. We're still moving, even notwithstanding our break today. We're still on pace to finish as we expected. So we'll see you back here tomorrow morning at 8:30. Thank you all. Sergeant, you can step down.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Anything to take up?
No, just Sergeant Aldridge needs to be back at 8:30.
Yes, ma'am.
Request that the witness be instructed not to discuss the testimony during the interim.
The state's been instructed to and has represented to the court that they're not going to speak to the witnesses while they're still on the stand regarding their testimony. Logistically, they can talk about time. Anything else?
Nothing from the state, Judge.
I did want to note, I have been allowing hearsay for, I got a call saying they found a body kind of thing. I am sensitive to that. If it goes beyond much more than just the straight up, got a call, this is why I went to where I went, I will be, sustaining those.
Okay,
objections.
I'm not intending to do more than that. Someone
And
just
sometimes the officers start to go there, and it makes me a little bit uncomfortable, and so, and also putting defense on notice, I know that they've made those objections, and I've overruled them, but, keep making them if you think it's gone too far. Okay. All right, thank you all, we're off record.